Alright, everyone. Hello. Welcome to another stream. Let's go. I need to have a better introduction, but... Alright, so... Finally doing a falling sand simulation stream instead of a web dev stream. Oh my goodness. The web dev is starting to kill me, so we're gonna do some sand sim and whatnot. OBS needs to stop complaining that my encoding is overloaded and just deal with it. I really need to get a haircut. Why is Twitch always having an issue like connecting to like chat and stuff? I don't understand. What does OBS do? Anyway, so today for the Sand Sim stream, I'm going to be working on upgrading the simulation logic so that it's more realistic. Waiting for my ID to update. I wish I could have OBS larger so I can actually, like, see. I just don't have enough screen real estate. I literally have OBS pretty much as small as you can make OBS. Just so that I can see. Alright, we'll go here. So while we wait for the ID to update, there are also a few other things that maybe I could try to do, like doing ambient occlusion for some better lighting, because yeah, the lighting still isn't great, and doing like the lighting I'm doing now is more like you have a light source that kind of lights things up, but it's not really great for like environmental lighting where the whole environment is kind of lit by like the sun or something, for example. So possibly adding that. I don't entirely know if I want to do that this stream. I definitely want to work on the sand simulation logic. Since it's more of a more rule-based system, I want to do something that's a little more physics-like, but isn't quite physics simulation. It'll be like, I guess you'd say a dumbed down version of it. And like some things probably aren't going to be realistic, at least for a while, where like if some sand particle collides with another or something, it's not like not gonna do any sort of like, oh well, now there's some force or whatever the bricks whatnot. It's just like something collides into something, it just stops moving. It no longer has that force, unless it's gravity, then maybe. But even then, things that have gravity technically then won't be updating unless if they're no longer movable. So I have this third monitor. I really want to use it, but like it just looks awful. I have Discord on it and it's hurting my eyes to look at. I just don't know why. Like my other two monitors are fine to look at, but like this monitor just hurts. Is JetBrains still updating? It definitely is. But the other thing is I kind of probably need to rewrite the engine or like whatnot, because it's poorly designed from when I like originally wrote most of this code. And like I didn't know what I was doing or like what I needed from the engine, so like I didn't really write much for it. But like now I it's just not that good. It's kind of a mess. The engine code is so small and like easy, and that's not a problem. The problem is that it's just not designed very well, especially for kind of how the way things work now, where a lot of the systems don't really use most of their like update function, update render, whatever, and some of them just things are just not very well thought out. The other thing is like I feel like there's a difference between like the engine's components that need to update, and then like after all of those components have updated, then the like actual gameplay engine needs to update. So there's like two separate engine concepts in a way where the actual like core engine that's like the foundation of everything. You got the graphics kind of stuff, handling creating the window or destroying it, or like updating the inputs for like keyboard and mouse inputs, or updating. I guess updating MGUI is kind of separate, and that's where things are a little like unclear. Then there's like now you have like MGUI, then you also have like the camera, which is kind of a little more gameplay. It's more of just a component, but that doesn't actually have any update functions technically. It's just a thing. It's like a static piece that's used by everything. So it's just like, but then there's the things like, the chunks, the player, or if there's multiple players, someday there'll be multiple, but like, the player, which, keeps track of like, takes in the inputs and takes care of the player movement and updating the camera accordingly, and like then the chunks, you got something taking care of what chunks are loaded, takes care of loading and unloading them, and rendering the data in the particles in them, and like all that stuff. So it's just like, that's more like the gameplay stuff that needs to happen after all of like the core engine things are taken care of. But like, it feels like the core engine things could just be like, I don't know, it just, things are all over the place, and things aren't quite where they need to be. Like, for instance, the one thing that poor design on my end, but the input system, its update is render function, and that's because the update technically needs to either be called at the end of the frame or at the very beginning. So it needs to be pre or post update, basically. But it doesn't need to be just pre-update or post-update. It needs to be before this. So it's like, well, this isn't really like anywhere except in the like actual core loop. So like, if I want to do things properly, I gotta then, add a pre-update function, which is, probably having a pre-update, post-update, but then it's like not entirely But yeah, the reason it needs to update, all it does in update is swap, or it doesn't swap, it just sets the last frame, looks like it just show it, the input system. So when it updates, pretend this is the update function, it's just setting this frame's values last frame. So I guess this would be more like a post update. It probably makes more sense to put it there. It just needs to happen probably just at the very end of the loop, but it needs to happen before GLFW pull events, because that's when these functions start getting called. These will be called with the inputs. So then these values will be filled within the, can you not do that? These values will have the last frame, and then this frame's values will be filled when you pull events. Not an ideal setup. I'm sure maybe there's a way to kind of deal with this instead, because like this is how you get the inputs when using this. There's no just like, okay, GLFW, give me a map or an array or something of all the inputs, all the keyboard inputs, all the mouse button inputs, all the mouse position inputs for this frame, or I guess just whatever. But give me those values for this frame. Just give me a list of them. And then, because then I'm asking for them rather than setting up something where I could possibly be given a value at any time during the frame, which is not what I want. I want the values for a specific moment. Give me what is now, and I will deal with how things work from there. Like, I wonder if there's a way around the callback, perhaps, to just... I mean, like, essentially, this is your demand for those values now, but really, in the input systems update is where I want to demand those values. But this gives me all callbacks from GLFW, which would include things like there's an error callback, probably some like window related callbacks and stuff. So unless there's a way to pull for specific events or whatnot, then maybe then I could demand that, because the callbacks in themselves aren't... I guess the callbacks will only be called when you do pull events, but I guess the problem is that pull events does all of these GLFW callbacks, which includes, the error callbacks, window sizing callbacks, and the inputs and stuff. And really, I want to be able to ask it only for to only call specific callbacks at certain points, which all need to happen in the beginning. But like, I need to... I think this, like, each of these is called every single time for each individual input, rather than like, here's a list of stuff, which isn't bad, but like, there's probably the thing I need to do is looking into if there's a better way to do this in terms of like API and like separation of who's doing what. Because ideally I would just do pull keyboard events in the actual input system update, But I can do that after I've swapped out all these values. Then I can tell it, okay, pull events for keyboard, pull events for mouse button or the scroll wheel or whatever. But it doesn't seem... I remember trying to kind of look this up, but I didn't look deep into it. JLFW pull specific events. Pull events, you can make it wait. You have to set a key callback. Got that. The last reported state for every physical key with a key token is also saved in a per Windows state array. Or in per Windows state arrays that can be pulled with get key. So I can explicitly get a key's last reported state. But interesting. So that just means anytime I'm asking my system for, is this key pressed, or whatever thing, press or P release, I'd have to, figure out what the heck's going on. So maybe there is a way, at least for this, but I'm sure there's other problems around that. There's also the MGUI stuff. Interesting. Right, you don't get a hold event. So I guess it's just that logic is more complicated, because I still need to keep track of the last state always anyway, in terms of last frame, I should say. Do I don't know. It's just simplest solutions just to make a post update or whatever, or end frame updates, something like that. Or I could rework all of the logic, and I think maybe this can be used instead then, but either way, I still need to rework a lot of this stuff. And then the other thing is everything is in systems, and not everything's actually technically a system anymore. camera's not a system. Like particle data, the chunks aren't really, they're not a system. I mean, they have an update, they have a render, but like they're not an engine system necessarily. They're a scene component which has system like properties. And that's the other thing I need to work on is like scenes. Or I don't know like how exactly I'd go about something like that, but like I need a way to have a main menu and then switching over to the actual gameplay where then now I gotta do a loading screen would be nice, whatever, like stuff like that. So another thing I need to figure out is why chunks are loading in wrong. They're either saving wrong or loading wrong. So I need to figure out what's going on with that. Because I'm loading it up now. It's got to recompile because I added like the ability to do screenshots, which is when I discovered that my input system's doing wacky stuff. Getting a stack overflow because apparently putting 512 by 512 32-bit ints is too much. Don't put it on the stack then. Of course that's too much for the stack. I mean, I guess I don't know how big the stack is. You made it const too, so it crashes the program instantly. See, I still don't really understand stack and heap and whatever the heck, but I guess stack is like the temporary memory buffer on the actual CPU, whereas the heap's the actual memory, if I got that correct. So I guess I kind of understand it, but like I've never really like tried to put 2 and 2 together kind of thing. Oh yeah, drawing needs to be fixed. There's weird things that seem to be going on too. Roughly 1,000,000 bytes. That's a lot. I don't know. Yes, the floating particles. Anyway, so these red particles are actually error particles now. Not air, but error, like danger, bad, something went wrong. Also, I love the render order issues you can see in there. Go ahead and make this a little larger so it's easier to see. Yes. I need a easy way to like kind of change the movement speed. Why is it resetting? Stop. What the fuck? Okay. I need to figure that out then. But like render order, very good, very good. Love transparency. Anyway, I doubt you're really going to see that or like notice it, so I don't care. Anyway, so the purple particles are debug particles. They should be only placeable by me and should only exist when I put them there, which seems fine because I have one pretty much everywhere. They basically show me the dimensions of chunks, I should say, or where like chunks are in like direction. So like this is the 0, 0, 0 of the chunk, and then the corners up there. It's just like until I get actual border lines rendered. Anyway, these red ones though are bad, and I'm pretty sure they happen on every corner of chunks by default, although they might be replaced by something. I don't remember. I'm gonna have to create new chunks. This lighting is awful. I need ambient occlusion or something. So I'm not seeing... I guess it's when they're saved, because if I... These are definitely going to be new chunks. Those save, and then if I load them in again... Should they have an error particle? No. Interesting. Okay, let's put some particles around here. If I unload that chunk and then come back, okay, there's definitely a red one. Okay, there's another one, another one. Okay, so there's definitely an issue. Now, is it to do with particles that are moving? It seems like it might be, because no new ones are appearing, I don't think. So there seems to be... Either in this... Yeah, there's no new ones. Okay, so it seems to be... Let's do this. Let's let them all simulate. Yeah, well, we know which chunk that is. Alright, they're all simulated. They should all be updated now. Okay, we get a red one. Okay, so it's always this one here. Interesting. Okay, so it's always just one. And I'm going to have to guess that either when saving or loading, there's either the end or like the last particle or the first particle isn't being correct. So which chunk am I in? Drawing position. I don't think I have a chunk position. That's kind of annoying. Player, pitch, yaw, position. Yeah, I don't really have a chunk position, so it's kind of hard to debug this. Chunk size. I know my position. Or the drawing position. Position. I know the camera position, I just don't know what chunk I'm in, apparently. I've never added that. Alright, so to debug this, what I'm going to do is clear out my chunks folder. We're probably going to want my hex editor. I don't remember what I installed for that. Oh yes, I had some thinking going on earlier. HXD, maybe? Yes. How do you remember that? Okay, let's see. Because that's what you use? Now, if I keep closing it, I'm gonna get really angry because I managed to keep doing it. Also, I had screenshots working sort of earlier, but like this is like raw pixel data. And I removed that code because it was... I made a mess to do it and whatever, but... Close that, close that. Get out of here. We're not doing that stuff right now. So, I guess we need to load it up. I need to see if it's the saving or the loading, and I guess one of the easiest ways to kind of deal with that is this. So I believe 000 is this chunk. It's very hard to see what's going on. So we'll let these particles fall and finish simulating. Okay, and we'll unload this chunk. But we're not going to reload it. Alright, so that's unloaded. So if we go in here, file, open, I believe it's 000. Alright, so I gotta remember how this data works. So we have the chunk position, which is these values. Let's see, if I can select this, I believe these are all 32-bit things. Okay, so let's go back. What are these values? I have no memory of what these were. Oh, the chunk dimensions. Okay. So then this is filler, 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 filler. All these are fill. I believe it's X, Y, Z, and then type. So we know that 1 is not right. That's a error particle. No, 0 is an error. Right, there shouldn't be any zeros. 1 is debug. Okay, so we know that's our 000 should be a debug. So now we're looking for any of these that are not a 1 or a 2. Basically, we're looking for one that's completely 0. Which I'm going to have to guess is probably at the very end. Okay, it is not. So we don't seem to have a completely 0. But maybe it would be good to search. Am I able to search, find? Search for 0. I guess not text, but a hex value, integer number. 0x0. Bit width, any. I think these are all 32 bits. I believe this is actually, yes, int, okay, search all. That's not what I want. The struggle is real. So I guess I need to select somewhere useful. bytes per row. Right, 0, 0, 0. Can I not? Why does it not take me there? Come on. 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. All these are like offset. That's not what I'm looking for. And so there's gotta be a loading error. So if I go back to this, thank you, particle. Go back forwards and see the error. Now if I save that, first I closed it. I don't know why. Did I close it or does it close? What the heck? Okay. So definitely not the first one. We can probably see, yeah, the last one. So we're definitely having a loading issue. When I was working on Maze MC, I closed Minecraft a bunch instead of stopping the server. Yeah. Okay, no. It's just me being dumb. Okay, so yeah, it's definitely the last particle in here is being loaded in wrong, so I'm not actually loading in that value. Do I bite the bullet and use WGPU? If you want, I mean, if it's not possible for software rendering to use the transparency, there's gotta be a way for it to do transparency. But like, if there isn't, then yeah, you're gonna have to use WGP or something. You'll keep looking. Okay, so we're definitely loading wrong. So we go to particle chunk. Try place particle at. Save is fine. Load. File seek G. Okay, let's see. While file is not into file. If we hit a separator, we break. Precision. Okay, so we're just reading GLM, then we read. I gotta remember how this works. Oh no, what are we doing here? So reading in the dimensions. File, read, reinterpret, cache, cast. Soft buffers issue about transparency hasn't been commented on since 2023. Well, that's not too long ago. Windows moment though? Probably. Alright, so we read the size of dimensions. So we read in 3 32-bit ints or unsigned ints, whatever the heck. Doesn't really matter. Then we just seek our separator wherever that's defined. Yeah, just 0xFFF. Fully Fs. Cur is probably from the current position. Ow. We read the grid position. And we skip that. And then we have 4 separators. We skip that. And then we pretty much read the same. While not in the file, position in DQ. Okay, so we probably also might be reading this wrong. While not in the file. Okay, so we're just looking for an IVEC of that. So you read in position, which is 3 values. Skip the separator. Or skip the value, I should say. Then if you have this, I closed it again. What's going on in here? Let's see. So we have the separator. Then we have the separator. Am I accounting for the double separator? Let's see. So we get the dimensions, which are these 3 values. We seek this. Are we offset by one of these? So then basically I think seek G is just skipping, so we skip that. So now we're here. We read these 3 for the grid position. We skip. Then we skip 4 of these. Then we're going to read. So we're going to read in 3 of these. And also skip. And then if these values are just a vector of the separator, then we're going to break. Otherwise, those values, okay, so basically that should be fine. Then particle position, we have particle information. So the type is 0. So we're going to read in 3 values. for our position, and then we're going to read the particle type. And then we're going to add that. So it seems to go fine until we hit the very end. And we basically aren't actually reading the particle type value in. For some reason. And then we end up saving because it's 0. So if particle information particle type is equal to 0, actually, something we could do is conditionally break so if the particle information particle type equals 0, we want to break. So we should be reading it in, but we're not. File dot... I wonder if there's some sort of like, it doesn't actually read it in until there's like buffer, if there's any like flush kind of thing I need to do. Because then we hit end of file, we should hit end of file. Supposedly we've read these values in, we put them in. And then say now we've hit is the end, we would get into file, so then we shouldn't go anymore. But maybe the read doesn't. This basically this needs to read into this value immediately. I would think that it does. So let's go ahead and delete the chunk data again. Let's also put a check on the save. We might as well. So this is load. If we save the chunk data as the particle type, so we file write. We may need to flush before closing, perhaps. I doubt you would. But this would force to write before we close, but it just doesn't seem to be it. One thing to check as well. 0, 0, 0 is here. So if we just draw some stuff. And go this way. Do these chunks also read with an error? Basically, I've unloaded and loaded some of these. I don't see anything. So let's unload this. Should really just not have that many particles in there. That would help. What are you complaining about? Access is denied. Okay, yeah, well, probably because it was written to while I was using. Should probably not have so many particles in there. It would be a lot easier to see. So everything seems fine. So what is this position first off? So we should probably write it down, cause make sure it's the same. Is a sand particle. So if I can copy that and paste it somewhere. So that's our last value, which is position 15. Oh, thanks. 1, 10. So 15, 1, 10. So now if we load this in, do we have an error? Yes. If we save this, and then I'm going to have to probably reopen. Yeah. That's still 15, 1, 10. And that got written out as 0, which means it had to have been loaded in with the 0. So we never actually... So can we find file buffer? Particle type is still 0, but that's because it was saved as 0. So if we do something like file dot seek a separator, we probably get an error. No, we're actually fine. Obviously, we don't want to do this every loop, though. The problem is Let's remove this. So let's see. If end of file, we want to do then we can seek another value. So let's delete chunks. It's weird though that it doesn't do that on not as many particles. We got the ground being one level high, but it was doing it when I had it more levels high. So maybe it's just like, it's gotta be some like buffer size related stuff, or like not buffer size, but like just not like fleshing, like the file just needs a flesh to be called. Okay, so if I reset, alright, so this is 0, 0, 0. Go ahead and draw some stuff. Go ahead and unload. Why did I crash? What the heck? Let's try this. Oh, can you not flesh? Stop. Just stop, please. Thank you. What do we have on here? Okay, so you can't flesh. I mean, I guess it makes sense. And if... we're just not reading it in. End of file condition occurs on the input sequence. LG, which tells you the size of what's there. Is that reads into string. So making a string with the right size. Seek G0. Read in a string with size. Maybe casting the bytes isn't a good idea for serialization format, but then again it might just work. What do you mean? In the end, it all goes to bytes, you know what I'm saying? Well, okay, so we're definitely not writing them wrong. The write's fine. Verified that. For some reason, this last read doesn't read in the value for some reason. When it's the very last one. No, I mean, something I could do is just add a... an extra row of, you know, nothing, or not nothing, but, the separator. Because if those aren't all read in, well, I don't care. They're just there, like, oh, yeah, okay, we've hit a separator. So it'd just be like, if particle position is separator, just... You succeeding today, Inspire? Yeah. I'm having some issues reading, files, apparently. Basically, the problem I'm having, if this will load faster. So, particles save, fine. It's more like a bug, not really an error. But, see this red particle? It means that the particle type is 0, which should not be a thing that ever happens. And it's happening on when I read in the last particle. So this would be this is X position, Y position, Z position, the particle type. I don't know what's going on here. This is bugged out because anyway, when I save the file, everything seems to be saving fine. But when I load in, it doesn't get this very last... It doesn't load this in the very last value, which is the particle type of the last particle in this thing. And that would be this line. So, like, in the case that we've gotten to that last one, this should be reading. We added the particle to into memory, whatever, and then the while loop's gonna like, oh, right, end of file. Off by 1 error. If I was off by 1, though, then all the data would be, like, jumbled up, wouldn't it? Like, the particle types, the positions of the particles would be loading in differently. I mean, maybe it's possible. I don't think... Also, the types wouldn't be reading in right if I was like off by some value or something. But I don't really know. Well, if you have a 0, it means that it's reading the last one, but it's 0. The only way it can make it into the map is if it's read into the inner loop. What do you mean? I'm not sure I quite. Well, yeah, it's definitely not reading. I just don't know. I know that it's writing the particle type correctly, because I already verified that. Debugger time? I guess. I've already verified that it's writing the particle type of the last particle in the array, or the map. I guess while looping, it's now an array. But it's writing the particle type, but when it reads it, it doesn't actually read the particle type of the last one. I had already verified that. I copied the value and then loaded the chunk in, and then you had the particle now is not correct, and then I save the chunk, or unload the chunk, and it saves, and then it wrote the particle type value is 0 for the same one, which is the last one. So reading is not, it's not reading in the value of the last one for some reason. I don't even know how I debug this, though. That's the problem. My guess is that, like, it doesn't, like, read the value in until... But it doesn't make sense, though. If it doesn't read the value in until, like, the next read operation, but I can't imagine that that's true, because then by the next loop, then it doesn't have anywhere to read the value into. And I passed this by reference, but then this should... I don't know if this takes it by reference. Hash maps. Set thing. I don't think it does. But regardless, then you lose these values anyway then, if it loads in. Like, my only solution is to just put that separator padding at the end, and, like, okay, it's not gonna read in the last value, and it doesn't matter because it's a separator. I don't care what the value is. It's just... I guess the other thing is, like, what is end of file actually telling me? But, like, that still doesn't make sense. But the thing that also weirds me out is that Let's reset the chunks. This doesn't happen for the like initial data that's there, the initial particles that are there. So like this is 0, 0. So if I save all those chunks, we'll just go kind of far. So all those chunks should be saved. If I reset my position, so now I'm back at 0, 0, 0. We don't get the error particle at all. It's very difficult to see, but like there's no, it doesn't seem like we get the error particle. Unless it's up here. Although I don't draw any particles up here, so no. But yeah, we don't seem to get it. So if we close that, and then we open up this, we definitely unloaded 0, 0, 0 and reloaded it. Yeah, we're reading fine. I have X3. So we're not getting the problem unless there's... create our imaginary data. If we give this like a height of 2, then we reset my position. Okay, so we are now getting the error. But we don't get it. That's so weird. We definitely load the position in, but then we aren't loading the type. And I can't imagine that it's... I guess the question is it giving me a 0 or is it not actually loading a value in? So if I do particle 1 is debug, 2 is sand, 3 is water. So if I make our default error to be water, do we still get error or do we get water? If we get water, then it means that we are not reading. If we still get the error, it means we're reading in a 0 for some reason, which is probably, I don't know what end of file is, but it could be, maybe we are offset some way that's weird, that is unexpected. So if we delete the chunks folder again, alright, everything seems fine. Let's go off into the distance, make sure all those chunks get saved in. We'll reset my position so everything gets loaded back in. Yeah, we're seeing water. So we're just not reading a value for some reason. My goodness, this chunk loading is so laggy and bad. Debug prints? How is that going to help? Where do I put debug prints? I mean, I can... what am I gonna get out of any debug prints, I guess, is the question. I'm not gonna get... It's going to be hard to understand the information, especially this is looping a bajillion times. So we're just not reading. Does it fail to read if end of file is... That's not what I wanted. End of file condition occurs on the input sequence until any of the following conditions occur. I keep getting all these paper cuts. I don't know why. Alright, let's see. So let's see, if I add a conditional breakpoint again, so where particle information, particle type is equal to 3, meaning we didn't read any particles, or we didn't read a particle type. We'll go ahead and clear the chunks. Okay, so there are, in fact, no water particles. If I go off into the distance, saving those chunks, and then close, let's look at zero, zero, zero. Look at the very last one is in fact this value. $63, 163, and it's of a sand particle. So let's copy that. So that's our value at the very end of the file. If we just run again, it'll load it in. We should see water at that position, which we do. Or basically of every chunk. Be closed, that should save. Open up 000. So we've saved again because I closed the program. Actually, does it save when I close the program? I don't think it actually does. It should though, because it's on chunks deconstruction. Particle chunk, save chunk data. I'm fairly certain I deconstruct these. We load in again. Close. I should really debug mode so I hit the breakpoint. Zero, zero, zero. Oh yeah, I remember it's particle type 3. So it did change particle type from 2 to 3. 3F, 1, 3F. So it went from 2 to 3, that's right. I was expecting it to be 0. But I changed it to 3. So it is... It's just this last one that's not loading. And like if I change that to 0, it'll probably not hit this breakpoint. It'll just change it to a debug part or a broken particle. Okay, so we do hit that. So we do load the particle in then. Because it's particle type 3, there's only one particle type 3, which is the last one. Wow, this is slow. What the heck? Oh, I didn't even print on exception. It's gotta be doing an exception. I'm just returning. That's probably it. I was expecting there should be some sort of exception or something. What? So get rid of this breakpoint. Do 3. But that would mean I was hitting that breakpoint, which means that we were loading them in because the breakpoint was if the value is 3. So sometimes it is and sometimes it isn't. So we'll just run normal. Now that I'm not ignoring exceptions. Okay, so we're not hitting any silently eating exceptions. But we're not hitting any exceptions. Well, also we return true. We are returning true. I guess that because otherwise, if this does return false, what would happen is in construction we try to load the data, and if you return false, then it'll create the initial data, which is fine. But we haven't. It doesn't recreate the initial data. Because if it does, there is an exception, then it would be returning false. So I guess, yeah, we haven't been getting exception. Otherwise, that would be a whole issue. They'd be like, what the hell is going on? Unless there's some other exception that's just not, like, coming up. It's gonna create a shitload of prints. Alright, what we should do is... file bad. Yeah. So we're just not reading. What am I using? IF stream. Binary. Web GPU is falsely. Web GPU is falsely reporting that my PC does not support transparency. So it seems like your PC just doesn't support it then. Do not read the last values due to how the input stream into the file are handled. End of file function doesn't become true until after a read operation has been attempted past the end of file. That was not useful. But it does? I'm sure it does. It just, it seems like it doesn't, obviously. Input file. End of file doesn't become true until after a read operation has been attempted past the end of file. Okay, well that's not completely useful, but... So last chunk size is less than... What's in this case? Yes, I see. Returned false, but it still reads the data in. Is that peak? Web GPU does not support transparency on Windows. God damn it! Welcome to Windows. I think OpenGL might. I have to assume that OpenGL, and if OpenGL doesn't, you're gonna have to use DirectX 12, or I guess you probably use DirectX 11, but you have to use DirectX because that's Windows's thing. I'm not using DirectX. You might have to. You might have to. So what is the peak? That's not what I wanted to do. Do file at peak. Hate that I don't have documentation in here. Return, if good, returns the next character is obtained, otherwise returns. I wonder if the last value in here is being treated as the end of file, so it doesn't read it in. Chris, running in render doc worse could running it in render docs causes it to work. Sounds like a nightmare. One that I do not want to deal with. What is this? Just to make like a clock widget or something? Returns the next character obtained. Otherwise returns traits EOF. So it's considering this last one as end of file. but then it doesn't read it in. So I guess the simplest solution is to just write. Am I supposed to write end of file? Like some sort of end of file thing in there? Basically, I just need to write in my own end of file, or actual proper end of file, I should probably say. So I just put one of these in at the very end when I write. Delete all the chunk data. I left it running. Bajillion years later. I guess I can just close and then reload. Okay, that makes our chunk data. And then we'll be loading it in. Still hitting end of file. Ooh, Python. File.peak. What are you complaining about? That's a reserved identifier? What the frick are you talking about? Ain't no way. So we at the end of file, I want to see 255. Oh, it's a char. So I need to cast it to signed int integer vec. let's not do that. Hit close, delete the chunks, restart. Well, if I was gonna do like updating the simulation and stuff, but like actually I'm just trying to fix a bug that's not really that important right now. Go ahead and close. Run again. Both are -1. Right, if we hit this, particle position 63, 163. Why the fuck? Oh, let me see. -5, -5. Sometimes we have 63, 163. State 0. So let's see, we get to here. Row position, so we're in check -5, 1, -5. So the particle type. We've hit end of file once we've read this. We're reading 100. We were also end of file before that. So yeah, we're just not reading. Let's continue. Continue till we hit that. Step over. 100. It's red as 0. So we just continue. Unless I know. So we're getting end of file. Returns the next character as obtained by RD buff. Delete the chunk data. Run again. Did the position of it change? So weird. Alright. Screw the issue. It's something to look into later, I guess. But right now, it's just not really worth it. Alright, more particle types. I'm gonna guess the code is haunted. And I'm probably just not doing something correctly, and to debug it, it's just gonna take more time than it already has. It's already been like 2 hours, and this is all I've done, so like it's just something to come back to later. It's not code breaking. I'm not getting, crashes or anything from it. It's just annoying. Going to try running it through WSL and see if transparency works. Just a little bit of data corruption. Yeah, that's right. I mean, it seems like saving's working, but I can't like say that that's completely true. And it seems like loading works until there's like so much data, so like maybe I am like offset wrong or something. And like it could entirely be that I'm just like, using the GLM IVEC or something, and like there's some weird stuff with it. I honestly, I have no idea. Like I could be reading things incorrectly or something. Like probably should just be using size of IVEC rather than... Just a little bit of data corruption as a treat, yeah. Or I could just be like over reading like entirely, because I hit end of file here as well. So it could be that I've actually read it incorrectly. But because I haven't actually read over end of file yet, it's not end of file yet. So now I'm reading this, and it just so happens to be that when I create this again, that it's probably reusing the existing values that were in memory, wherever that memory is. I guess it's probably on the stack. It's probably just whatever values were still left there, so then that's why it would be the last position, because it's just the last position. But now it doesn't make sense. But I guess read isn't gonna do anything if it hits into file, which there's no data now, so it hits into file immediately, so nothing happens. But it just so happens when I create this, it's not actually zeroed out. But sometimes it is like 100. I have no idea though. It's possible that there's just like, residual. Yeah, it's just overwriting. So I guess the better thing to do is I guess we could test this then. I know I said it was going to be done, but if file peak equals end of file, then we're done. So let's see, build debug. Let's delete my chunk data, just because I don't remember the state of it. I don't know why JetBrains is doing that. We'll restart. So we're going to generate fresh new chunks again. Obviously everything's fine because this isn't actually gone through serialize or deserialize. So if I just close, everything gets saved. And then if I reload, okay, something's not right. I bet the reason I never got error particles when I had just one layer is probably because it might have been getting overwritten by these. Because I draw these regardless of load file or not, now that I think of it. Interesting. So everything is end of file. If good is true, returns the next character obtained, otherwise returns traits end of file. Where the heck is that? It just returns itself. We just don't hit into file. If the associated stream has reached into file, specifically returns true if end of file bit is set in read state. Right, but we never read over. And this is always just returning in the file, I guess. So technically, then. So now we've written no data chunks, which is annoying. So I guess then the thing to do is to just do this right at the very end, add our own, basically just add our own into file. And we'll just self-break, essentially. Because then what happen? I guess it makes sense then. Because what happens is we read the last value correctly for both these. We add it. The next time we loop, we haven't actually read over the end of the file yet. So this is not going to say, yes, it's in the file. So then it's going to loop again. And then these values, I'm guessing, are... Well, this I actually initialize. And this is probably just whatever garbage it is, which is probably just whatever was last in the memory position. But because I haven't done anything else, probably what's there is the last value. Seems to be incredibly likely. So, because I'm not initializing this, but then read doesn't actually do anything because it says, oh, we're hitting end of file. Oh, we're hitting end of file. So we don't actually overwrite any of these values. Then we add it into the map. So now we're overwriting the last, most likely the last value we read before this. But now, because we did read and read over, basically, we hit end of file, and then now this is true. You probably verify this if I initialize this with like some value like 20. So if I load this. I don't have any of the chunk data right now. So it's always, this value is always initialized as 20, whatever. Okay, so everything's fine as it should be. If I close this, if I load and there's a error particle at position 20, then we can probably say for sure that we've found our problem. And it does in fact look like... Does that not initialize all values? Regardless, we can definitely say we hit our problem. It's weird that... Is it really not 20? Why does that initialize? So yeah, we're... Definitely some weird thing is happening there. So what I need to do is... For some reason, file peak is always returning into file. It's probably just because I'm not reading it right. So if I add my separator... So that's definitely initializing the garbage. So I guess then I fix the issue by writing a separator. We're going to read again. So if particle position dot x, or whatever the first value is, guess I should just write 4 of these for consistency. I'll delete the chunk data. Basically, we can just copy this. So if we read the particle position, and it comes out to be the separator, we'll just get out of there. So we'll go ahead and do that. Deleted the chunk data. Probably not really ideal, but... Okay, everything's good. Yeah, that seems to have done it. Man, chunk loading is so slow. Or is it saving? I don't think it's save because that's... Well, I mean, it could be. But let's just save all of the chunks, though. I guess part of our lag spike could also be this print statement. Because I'm pretty sure printing has no, in JavaScript printing is miserable. Okay, so it's not it. I mean, it might be better. No, it's still pretty bad. I mean, ideally I don't want to do this. If I file seek, or peek, not seek, I think that might also trigger into file. Because I'm seeking the next one, or basically reading the next character, but if it's into file, then it shouldn't be able to continue. So we'll get rid of chunk data again. My trash folder is probably miserable. Alright. I think loading's probably the part that's pretty slow, actually. Everything's fine. Close it. Reopen. Okay, so that also fixes it, it looks like. Yeah. Okay. Yep, that was our problem. So we'll go ahead and commit fixed error particle. I guess I should make sure that I see reload. Pull requests. Okay, there are none. Did I already merge this branch? Rendering optimization. No, doesn't look like it. So if we go to more particle types, I guess I could do this 2 commits ahead. Okay. What have we done? Added lava, stone, and steam. Chunks are now in a hash map. Particles can move between chunks now. Oh, yeah, okay. And I guess I should get out of this branch then. And alright, so open up Chrome. We're gonna make a pull request. Yes. More particle types, and particles move between chunks now. Kinda buggy, but whatever. We'll go ahead and merge this. Assign a project. Better builds. I still have a thing for that. Do I have any issues that need to be linked? Particle serialization loads particles without... Yeah, so we fixed that. Squash and merge. Can't believe that took me 2.5 hours to figure out. My goodness. We'll delete the branch too because I don't care. Otherwise I just have a bajillion branches. I mean, I already do, so whatever. Okay, so let's go ahead and go to main. Git pull rebase. Then we should make a new branch. What do we call this? Better simulation. No, we should call it, physics-based simulation. Or maybe just more realistic simulation. This is kind of, I guess it'll be kind of physics-based, but not quite. It'll take the ideas of it, but it won't be... you can probably see some of my thinking here. Imagine all these circles are particles. It doesn't matter what their types are or anything, but my thinking was that something like velocity would be as simple as just like it can move, like how many cells it can move, basically spaces that a particle can move, and in what direction, and how many cells to move and in what direction each update, or that it should try to move in that case. But like, this is incredibly simple to do when it's in horizontal or directly vertical, because well, to move from, it's kind of hard to do this with let's do a new color. So I have this circle. If I'm gonna move from here and I need to move 2 spaces over, the other thing with this is then it can give the illusion of speed. But say I want to move 2 spaces to the right, that's my velocity. So, well, that's easy. 1, 2, or yeah. So the thing that you do is you just check each space in between until you hit something, or until there's something there, or until you're at your velocity spot. So in this case, it would just be there. Okay, well, now I'm there. And, I didn't hit anything, supposedly. The other thing is, okay, let's say move down 1. Okay, well, it's here. Okay, next update, I'll try to move down 1 again, because that's still my velocity. Oh, okay, down 1. Oh, there's something there. Okay, I'm just going to stay here. And probably going to not put myself back in the update queue. Then the other thing is diagonal 45 degrees. I think it's 45 degrees. Is also quite simple, sort of, where there is more checks you have to do, where you have to check, okay, is there something to my, let's say in this specific diagonal direction, so down left, because you would collide with both these, you have to check, okay, is there something to my left? Is there something below me? No. Okay, is there something at my direct diagonal position? No. Okay, I can move there. Do it again from this position. Is there something to my left? Is there something below me? No. Okay, is there something at my actual target position? No. Pretty simple. Pretty simple. Until you eventually, oh, there's something below me. Okay, well, I can't move anymore. I mean, this is where then I could do, trying to simulate force a little bit, where it's like, okay, well, there's something below me, but there's nothing to the side. So now my velocity is to the left, but then also I need to consider things like supposed friction, or also just like air resistance and stuff like that. With like, I'm not going to do that. It's like, okay, I can't move anymore. then I'm not going to move here. Rather than be like, oh, let me just change my velocity to be this way until I hit something, which is probably not ideal. You would want it to like slow down, sort of, but like also doing that is not very easy. Doing acceleration is not really something I want to deal with either with this, because then that also makes it complicated. So really what's physics based about it, instead of rule based, where before you would just go, can I move down? Okay, I can move down. Done. Or like in the case of trying to make things a little more varying and random, it's like, can I move down left? Yes. Okay, can I move down? Thanks for giving me my circle. Let's not use a circle. Hopefully that's visible. Can I give this like a fill? Shape fill, solid fill. Can I change the fill color? Where does one simply change the fill color? So then change outline color, but what about the fill color? Because it's not very visible. Or I can just increase the size. I mean, it's kind of whatever. I'm not gonna deal with it, but or like say I was right here. It's like, okay, well I can't move down. Let me try to move this way. Oh, I couldn't move that way. Let me try to move this way. Oh, I couldn't move that way. Well, I can also try to move this way or this way. And it's like, if you're surrounded in all directions except for maybe say the left, this isn't great. Like if this is a water particle, let's say it's here. It's like to the right is the only place you move. I've just checked down, I've checked here, I've checked here, I've checked here, now I'm checking here. That's a lot of checks just to do that. And whereas if it's more physics based, you're still having to do a lot of checks, but only in a specific direction. And also, you're probably not moving as many places forward or not moving as many places in the direction that you're supposed to go. I would say like particles probably not going to be trying to move more than 2 positions some direction. I guess the other thing with diagonal that's problematic is like moving 2 spaces this way is actually longer than moving 2 spaces this way. So, but it's not like I can move a fractional amount, because technically then it'll have to be clipped. The whole reason for this like move this many spaces one way or whatever is so like I don't have to suddenly actually physics simulate them and then they have fractional places and I have to like, clamp them. Because, like, I guess ideally they actually do have, like, real positions and are actually physics simulated. But then it's like, well, okay, this is moving in this direction. But checking things is infinitely harder. And say, like, it's moving this much each time. And it's like, well, where the fuck is this particle supposed to actually be? Because it's on both of these cells, and it's on all 4 of these cells. It's mostly on both, it's half and half between both of these. So then, like, is it here? Is it here? Trying to figure that out, and, like, yeah, it's just, like, I don't want to deal with it. I feel like it's something that maybe do later, but like right now it's like, okay, if I can just move, till it's its velocity is just how many cells to move in some direction, and that's fine. It'll be somewhat more realistic. Then the other thing I still need to actually do is like particle swapping places, and then that I guess also gets difficult between chunks. Oh, I hate chunks so much. They make things so hard. Ugh. But yeah, it's like, okay, well, say this is a sand particle and this is a water particle. Well, we gotta swap places. So, but like, that can be figured out later because it's not really part of the velocity thing. That can just be more of a, like, I don't know. I mean, it kind of is. Because it's like, if I'm gonna move down, like, 3 spots, it's like, okay, well, there's something here, but it's something that I should switch places with. Okay, there's something here. Well, it's something I should switch places with. And I've also now hit my final spot. But, like, the switching places thing, I guess, should actually occur then and there, I guess. Because if you do end up down here, it's like, well, I need to switch places, but now there's already something there, and then you gotta backtrack. I guess then you could just maybe could get away with, like, keeping track of the last empty spot in that case then. It's like, this is an empty spot, okay. Oh, there's something here, but it's something I should switch places with. Okay, what about the next place? It's something I should switch places with. And I've also hit my final spot. Okay, now let's switch places, but the places you switch is actually putting this green dot in the last empty position that you knew of. It feels not right to do that. Visually it'll be fine, but if I was to add like temperature or something, then that could be weird. Or if they're like different types of particles you're switching places with. So then really you would want to switch places. Okay, I can switch places with you. Okay, what about next? Okay, that needs to switch places. And like, I don't know. I mean, it's probably fine. The problem is if I wanted to actually like do this in parallel. Although even then, like, the only thing I'd probably be doing in parallel is actually like chunk updates. So like updating some set of, like, let's say 4 chunks in parallel. Obviously I'd probably do some like checkerboard pattern or something, or maybe something more complicated, because yeah, don't need to have like conflicts of particle movement. That stuff gets very complicated and mind-breaking. The between chunks thing, I just don't quite understand how to do it in a way that makes sense and doesn't cause problems. And like, yeah, I don't know how one does it. I could probably look into like what Noida does, but like things just get infinitely more complicated in 3D compared to 2D. We're just looking at like falling sand games too. But like the thing is most falling sand games don't do chunking because, well, you only have like the screen. You're not like an actual world. Noida, and I think does some sort of chunks thing. I think because it's a large map. I don't actually know how large it is, but like you need to actually have all that data there. It's gotta. There's no way it's all in there at once and being updated once. I mean, even in my case, the only reason I have chunks is because loading and saving data and then also like rendering, it's not like I can render the entire infinite space. I mean, I guess I can but like when it comes to loading in data and stuff, it's like kind of not easy to do that. It's not like I can just grab an area of space and just like yoink it out and save it. I would have to actually like, I mean, I guess I can, cause the map. But the problem with that is I actually have to loop over every position and test if it exists, which that is actually quite slow. There's no way to like, I'm sure there's some like hackery that could be done. Or maybe even like understanding the hash map data structure would probably help, but in the end it's just like it makes more sense to just use chunks. Ideally I wouldn't use chunks, but that's just what has to happen. The other part is just because simulation is slow, especially with a lot of things updating. Remeshing is also very slow, and having the entire data structure is, or having all of the data into one non-chunked thing, especially if there's a lot of it, remeshing that entire thing is infinitely more painful each time it has to remesh. And then it's just chunks are kind of required, but like then you run into, you can't do parallel stuff with it very easily. You run into problems with like update orders and stuff, because like if a chunk has particles that move into it, but then the chunk that had particles moved into it then updates, then it's going to also update the particle that was just moved into it. And it's like, well, no, this particle is not supposed to be updated multiple times. But like, there's not really a, I mean, it's like you could mark the particle, but then the problem is then the chunk, the next frame then's like, oh, well, this particle is not supposed to be updated, because if the chunk didn't update after the particles, it's just like, not something that I can think of that like works well. And then the other problem is that if that chunk then updates after a particle's been moved into it versus if it's already been updated, what's the actual like ideal thing to have happened? And that's where like updating the chunks in a specific pattern probably makes things a little more expected as to what goes on there. Because, like, if I update the chunks in a checkerboard pattern, then I know that the first, like, if you think of a checkerboard, you have the white spaces and then you have the black spaces. It's like, if I update all the ones on the white spaces first, then I know that when I go to update the ones on the black spaces, I contain particles, or possibly contain particles that have been moved into those chunks, that set of chunks, and then, like, can handle things accordingly. So, like, if a chunk is marked as a specific type, then it can store particles moved into it in a different way, or even I don't know, like, it's a weird, just weird behavior that's hard to think of how to deal with, because that means, like, a particle could be able to move into a chunk if the chunk isn't updated yet, but then if the chunk does update, the particle wouldn't be able to move into the chunk. It's just like a problem of what's the correct method is, like, but, like, if a particle moves into a chunk that hasn't been updated yet, and then that chunk does update, then particles possibly have to deal with that newly inserted particle. But, like, is that a problem? Or, like, honestly, do I even care? Like, it probably doesn't really matter that much. The only problem is just, like, simulation. The other thing I could do is, like, put it into, like, a buffer of some sort, and then, like, after all chunks are updated, then you're like, okay, can this particle be here now? No. Okay, well, now it's got to go back to where it was, or it's got to, like, re-simulate to a new position. But then the problem is, like, if something's already taken up all those positions, then, like, what are you supposed to do? Unsimulate? So, like, now you have a problem of having to, I wouldn't say diff things, but, like, deal with conflicts. So after simulating, now you have to resolve conflicts, and resolving conflicts is not an easy, or probably not very performant thing either. Hmm. What does one do? I think just the thing to do is to just deal with the weird update order issues. And then doing the physics stuff probably makes that, well, I guess it doesn't really change. But thinking just the physics stuff, no, cancel it, just keep that. So if we go to particle chunk, close other tabs. If we go to our process next simulation step. Get out of here. We're on a branch. Cool. So then we don't have to have any of this particle type info. Or yeah, we don't have to deal with that necessarily. Next move. So basically we're just going to get rid of all of this. Get out of here. Particle hash map exists, current pose. I think this probably should be an error. There shouldn't be any positions in here that don't exist. I don't think. So let's see out. This should not happen. Not a very good error message, but then we should just do that. For the sake of my sanity, I need to change that. Okay, so particle hash map get current pose. We have particle data, particle information. We can get the particle type info. I don't think there's anything going to be useful on that anymore. The name, the state. This is just like default values. Color. Like we don't need to deal with any of that. I guess the thing they might want, I guess, is like the state. Then we know, like, oh, we're a solid. Okay, well, we should probably keep going now that we're in the liquid. So I guess maybe we'll just keep it for now. We might need it. Get out of here. Particle type info, particle. Don't want underscores. Particle information. So go ahead and get those. I believe this is a reference. We can actually modify it. The other thing is we want the particle type, the temperature, and the GLM IVEC 3 velocity. I guess this should be a UVEC because it shouldn't have, or no, never mind. It should be an IVEC integer. Thinking types is not easy. Our saving and loading data might break, which is, well, maybe not. We'll just lose our velocity, but other than that, we shouldn't. Okay, I feel like maybe it's bad behavior to refer to this by reference. Instead, we should just remove from map and stuff. Because what else are we going to change in here? We're only going to... I guess there's different simulation steps that happen. Maybe it'd be good to... Would there be... I guess maybe it makes sense to maybe separate that out. So, like, you have movement. Then you have temperature simulation. Maybe, I guess. Then you also have, like, state change, which I guess is part of temperature in a way, but for the sake of Where like state change is probably less complicated to deal with. It's just like, oh, I'm a particle. What's around me? Oh, there's a lava particle next to me, and I'm water. I should probably turn to stone. Or not stone, but I should probably turn to steam. But yeah, I don't have any of that sort of interaction. Let's see. Particle information, particle type info. Okay, so now we need the velocity. So where do we initialize this? We're going to have issues in here because I changed the type. So velocity glm ivec 3. I guess it would be x, y, z. Y we want to be -1. We want to default to downward is what we're going to be doing in here. Then when we create particles, we just have the particle type. We'll just do velocity ivec 0, -1, 0. Why do I not have an add for that? Okay, fine. Particle data, and then we'll go back to here. We also need try move. So when we do this, we take a particle information. So we need to go to where this is called. Usages not found. Why IDE is being very, very useful. I guess it's actually in player now. The drawing handle particle placing. Not sure why I can't speak. All of this math, try place at glm ivec 3 0 -1 0 just by default. I guess we should actually use the particle types default velocity. Yeah, whatever. It's not super important. And this can just be 0. Doesn't actually matter. I'm surprised it isn't erroring that I've added this, but whatever. Okay, so particle chunk. The const next pose. We need the direction. Trying to think. Math. Stepping. We'll assume velocity is always just ones for now. There's no like numbers. So next pose is just GLM IVEC3. Next pose is current pose plus particle information dot temperature. That's correct. Next pose, and then if let's see, particle hash map exists next pose, then we just move there and call it good. Or I guess I should say if it doesn't exist. Or I guess if it does exist, we can just continue our loop, call it good. So if there's something at the next position, do nothing. Otherwise, we want to next positions to update dot in place next pose. I don't know what this is doing. Please stop. Particles hash map, add next pose, and then our particle information, and then particle hash map, remove current pose. And that should do the trick. We'll see. There should be all kinds of errors and crashes and explosions, and the world should end. Alright, so far, that is honestly the worst thing I've ever seen, because that should not happen. But if I do this, they all sort of move. Oh, because they get stuck on each other, that's right. So like if you have a lot of these, it's I think this is making particles. No, it seems fine. It's just that like they like the particle can't move because there's a particle below it. So then it's like, oh, I can't move. But then the particle below it also then moves, but then it doesn't actually like update anything above it. So I guess what we need to do is, I guess then this was allowed, if there's a particle at current pose plus GLM IVEC3, or these UVECs, current pose VEC3 and their IVEC. Okay. GLM IVEC3 0 1 0. So if there's something directly above us, we want to add that. So const GLM IVEC3 pose above And then we'll do this because we need this value, and duplicating it is not ideal. Then we will copy this, put it in here, and then do that. That should probably mostly fix that. Okay. That's not correct. Pose above current. If the position above current exists. Oh, but like if it gets updated. And isn't already in the update queue. Are we able to search contains, and if it doesn't already contain the position? So if there's a particle above my original position and that position doesn't already exist in the update queue. Okay, let's not do this. Just because I want to actually make sure that it's even working, and I don't really care about the error. So if I do a bunch of stuff here, you shouldn't see. Yeah, that's a lot better. And if I try to draw a particle here, yeah, there we go. My goodness, it is so hard to draw. So if I go into this chunk and do a bunch of drawing and stuff, just to make sure that we're not getting any of that still. Yes, okay. The lighting is so bad that it's hard to tell what's going on. Alright, so that seems to be better. Getting a lot of this should not happen. If it's not in the queue. What is the case that we be doing that causes me to add a position that shouldn't be? If I add the position... If it's not... If there is something there, and that something is not queued to be updated... in next position update. Oh, I need... position update. because we're going to be adding into this. So if we've already added the particle into it, well, because next position update doesn't, yeah, okay, that makes sense. That's what we want to do. So if it's not already in queue to get updated, why does it give me lag spikes when I'm trying to move? Or like stops getting input. I bet it's like mgui or something weird's going on. Okay, we're not getting any more of this, should not happen, but things are breaking still. Probably worse than before. I really need to make chunk loading not painful. So the particle exists, and the positions to update does not already contain that position. Then add next position, update that position. But I guess the problem is if that position's already been updated. So like if we've already updated this position, do we have like a pop? No. Because if we've already updated it before if we've already updated the pose above current position before we got here, then we want to add it. But if we haven't, so really, we want to make sure that it's not in here and that if, well, I'm trying to think, because next position update, the particle might not put itself in here. If we put it in there again, then it's fine. I'm pretty sure this is a set. Yeah. So it's fine. We put it in there twice. But if it's not in here, we still don't know if it's already been updated. So really we need to keep track of positions we've updated. But, and then in that case, maybe it just doesn't matter then. We can just say, yeah, okay, we put a position in there, it doesn't exist, then okay, have fun. But then the thing is, how much does it hurt performance to be checking if positions don't exist compared to checking an additional set or something for a value and then also inserting into it? Honestly, I don't think there's really that much of an effect. So we're just not going to care. If there's something above me, then we'll try, and if that thing moves or doesn't move, then so be it. I guess the problem is if something moves into that position, well, no, that's fine. Doesn't matter. Next position. Otherwise, add and remove. Do the position above. Add ourselves back into the queue. Now, the thing is that I might struggle with here, that I didn't really think about, is the fact that things still pretty much create these towers. They don't really squish or anything. Why is stop? I don't know why the drawing like freezes, like I can't move around anymore until I stop holding click. I have to figure that out. That's not gonna be fun. But yeah, we just get these towers. So maybe we'll have to do a bit of rule-based. Trying to think. So if the thing at the next pose, rather than just continuing, is terrible for performance because it won't have any like way to really remove itself, but we could do particle information velocity equals, say, GLM IVEC 3. We'll just say like left 1, down 1, 0. So everything will then try to do that. Oh, we also need to update ourselves in the queue. Next position's update. We'll add ourselves into the queue then, so basically nothing will ever get out of the queue. We're gonna need to figure out some way to... Basically, we've checked a bunch of spots. Okay, now we can't move anymore. That's very weird. Why did... Why is it making the ground... So we weren't able to move. We'll try to... Oh. That's why. That's why. Okay, let's do this before that starts all causing problems. That's very weird. But yeah, I guess instead of getting piles, we'll get these sideways. If I want my clock thing running on a real screen, I've got to downscale FML. Oof. Might be nice screensaver though. 512, but 512 is too much. Too much for the widget, or too much for the screens? For watch screens, you mean? Let's also reset the velocity. Just for fun. I found one that's 240 by 240 pixels, and that's about it. Pretty much all numbers assume 512 by 512. Oof. So you gotta, like, change your stuff. Alright, so this should make a nice pile, sort of. Just in one dimension. Oh, they just kind of... illegally move out of bounds. What do you guys think you're doing? Goodbye, cruel world. Okay, so that's probably because the chunk border and they think they can just... They're not being bound, so they just... Oh, there's nothing below me. Oh, look, I'm under the ground now. It's because I don't have any chunk checking. This is gonna be harder than I thought, especially with things needing to move in different directions. It's just rule-based seems much more painful to deal with, but then this is also much more painful to deal with, so... I need some, like, brain power from, like, smart people. I'm gonna eat cookies. Mom gave me this, like, package of cookies, so now I gotta, like, eat them all. There's just some, like, store ones. I'm sure you can see that. I'm gonna try to make not a mess. Yeah, it's already 9 p.m. I'm gonna eat some big Cheez-Its. Alright, so... how long is this song? It feels like it's been going forever. Only a minute and something seconds? I guess it's just playlist. This playlist is long. I'm pretty sure it's like the first one I selected. Oh my goodness. Oh, it was like looped this song, that's why. I accidentally made the song go on loop. We've been listening to the same song probably most of the stream. That's why it's so long. My goodness. I'm so good at streaming. Okay, so maybe rule-based simulation's fine. Rather than this horrendous... Now I could do something cringe. So if particle information velocity equals this, not set assignment, but the, so if it's this, then we'll try this. If I can press the right keys, and then we'll just do this a bajillion times. So now if it equals -1 that, we'll just set it to, and if it equals that, we'll just set it to -1. And then if it's -1, we'll just set it to that. We'll just do 1. And if it's 1, then we will just continue. This is basically just movement rules all over again. Velocity isn't real. Okay, we have things getting stuck again. I guess the Let's reset the velocity to normal. Oh, because it's not adding itself in. And it's not being added back. It's because if it moves to the side, if something else moves to the side, so if it moves to the side, then moves to the side, pose above current, so it's our current position. If we moved, is there something there? Then we add it. So it should be getting added. It was not. We're also not doing that. Oh, because should probably else if, that's probably why. Because then it just does useless work. Because it's like, if it's this, set it to this. If it's what you just set it to, set it to this. Oh, that's so good. Okay, that's a lot more reasonable. They definitely have a preference to which way they want to move, though. And that's not really ideal. I mean, things look generally a lot better. Now, I wonder how, if I go to particle chunk, if I add back the default cube, so let's do like 10 by 15. We'll say this starts at 10, and we'll say this starts at 10. We'll also make this. We'll just do the same on all dimensions. We also want to add I guess we need to delete the chunks. Delete the chunk data because it's kind of weird and broken now. I think simulation is actually probably slower. Well, okay, maybe not. It's probably just about the same as before. Well, I guess the other thing is that while yes, you can see the simulation step, it doesn't actually wait the proper amount of time. So if I turn the step interval down a bit, it might actually go faster. Just a little bit. Yeah, it updates a bit faster just because I'm not waiting. We do get a pile though. Well, I mean, it's still simulating, but we still get this madness, which is not great. Simulation will start to speed up as these settle down more. I guess actually it probably won't. It definitely won't. Because these are all still being added to the queue regardless, I think. until they've tried all positions. Oh, it's speeding up a bit, I think. That's not ideal, though. If next pose dot y is less than or equal to 0, then we just want to continue. And that'll prevent our weird stuff. Yeah, those will no longer update. Simulation times returned to normal. So we just load a bunch of these in. I love how fast that, yeah, I just need to fix simulation. How much faster they update when the dust settles. Probably have like a simulation distance. I'll go back to 0, 0, 0. It's probably the sim speed that I want, though. Feels a little more like sand falling. It's just the particles can go out of bounds because I haven't done... I guess it should do bounds checking. But that looks a lot better than before, at least. It's really hard to see what's going on, but should really increase the draw radius because it's about that time where drawing chunk pose. Mouse button if particle contains drawing chunk pose. Try place particle at. Should we do 4 in -2? While off, and then X. And we want to do for Y, Z, int off. Then we want to do this. Drawing chunk pose. Drawing chunk pose. Try place that looking at particle position. So we're gonna do const glm ivec3. Is that an ivec? Yes. Drawing pose equals looking at pose plus glm ivec of the offset. So we'll do that. That's where this try place particle at is actually very inefficient because it's gonna have to lock and try to do all this, and I guess no, we don't actually remesh in here anymore, so it should be okay. It's still really bad though. It's a problem for later though. But now we should draw like a larger sized area of particles. That's pretty large, but it does make our lives a bit easier. Where do I set the simulation step speed? I think that's in particle system. What's the default step interval? Let's make that like 10. And then the player, let's do a 3x3 drawing rather than a... rather than a huge one. Makes it a little easier. There we go. So when there's not a lot of stuff simulating, things are relatively smooth. But we do get a pile of sand, even though it's not ideal. And all particles are going to do kind of the same thing. What happens if I draw, like, say, water? Why did that move me? And there's that drawing bug again. But yeah, water does the same thing, and it's probably gooey. It's very frustrating. But yeah, water needs to do a little bit more flowing. Also, I should probably mesh transparent things separately. So I guess the cringe thing I could do on top of all the other cringe stuff I'm doing is now we've done all these checks. Let's say if the particle type info state is state solid, we want to do this. Okay, we can just do that. So we'll do all of this madness. Else if the particle type info state is liquid, I guess we want to still do all of this. It's just this end condition. GLM. So if this is the velocity, it's just this end condition. So for solid, we're going to want to do this. Set the velocity back just to down. But if we're liquid, we're going to want to do this, but we want to do else some condition in the end we'll do this. So if the velocity is this, then we will set it to, instead of just down, we're going to try left. Else if the velocity is 0, already 0, 1, so 1 to the right, then I guess we'll keep things consistent. We'll just do negative. So if it's -1, we'll go to +1. So we'll copy that, paste that. So now if it's +1, we'll go to -1. Paste that. If it's -1, then we'll go to +1. I'm gonna have to read through all this. And then if it is in the end, if it's +1, then we'll just set it back to this and continue. I guess we're setting it to this, so we probably want to else if so we set it to that, but if we've set it to that, so it's -1, 1, or yeah, so if then else if it is -1, 1, we've hit the end of our existence for all of that. Then we'll do this. What a disaster this code is. I thought this was gonna be better. So if I go ahead and start drawing a liquid like water, it should start to flow a bit better. Possibly even replicate itself, it looks like. Looks like it's moving, maybe. Okay. I mean, we have water, I guess. That's a start, that's for sure. It definitely has issues. But it works a lot better than before, that's what I could say. Water definitely works a lot better than it used to. I wonder if... Really what I should look into is, like, how particle simulations are done. Because when it comes down to it, those are usually pretty much the same thing I'm trying to do. But they actually do apply, like, realistic physics, and it's a lot of the time those things are really fast. Let's not do that. Oh my. Ah, yes. These are not actually moving between chunks either. Okay, so we do want to do that for now. Trying to think. If we're just setting it back to down, it's going to try this madness again. So it's always going to prefer direction. But also, I ideally don't want to be doing this. I probably want to be applying... I guess the thing is that if it doesn't have any downwards, so if particle information velocity dot y is less than 0, or I should say not less than if it's greater than or equal to 0, I guess attempt to apply gravity. So if particle hash map exists, next pose const glm ivec3 next pose with gravity should be next pose plus my pretend gravity. If that position exists, then do nothing. So if there's nothing there, then we try to move to that. If there's nothing there, then we should try to move, or well, we should move there. So basically this whole thing, except instead of setting my velocity that way, we should probably just set it to its velocity with gravity. Dot y plus -1, and then we should do dot y. It's so cringe. And then if all of that, then continue. Anna wants to code. Welcome. Good morning. It is actually almost 10 p.m. for me, so. How are you doing? And simulation logic. Almost 7 here. Is it just me, or does it look like the water is climbing? It's just the way the simulation is. Okay. So if I draw some water, what do we get? Definitely prefers to flow this way still. Good, just woke up, need a lot of coffee and a chill stream to vibe while I game. Fair enough, fair enough. This is pretty chill. BRB while I revive the coffee. Alright. Interesting. Okay, so we did fill this in. It's very hard to see the lines of things. We need ambient occlusion lighting. Okay, so it did fill in this, although things are weird. It could still move that way. But we are trying to apply gravity. If it can move down, then we'll try to make it move down. Let's not do that. Let's try that. Oh, because we're using next pose still. Gosh darn it. I need to like copy pasting things. So next pose. Pose above. Okay, that's fine. So maybe this is fine. So we don't actually save the values for this, so now I just made like a huge mess. I need a erase to work better. So if I just run this off the side of here. Ugh, I hate the chunk load. Still not working very well. Oh, because chunks loaded. My goodness. What a mess I have made here. Alright, let's see. What happens when I draw all this? This is still a lot better than it used to be. That's for sure. I need to just do like actual particle simulation or something. I should just look into that, because then I can just run it all on the GPU. And it would probably be a lot more realistic. Because, where's my field of view? That's not ideal. You just keep flowing that way until you hit something. Actually, does it keep flowing that way until it just goes down? Yeah. Reset. Very slowly but surely. So let's not do that. Because it's probably not good for things. So we draw a bunch of sand. Which water and sand have zero interactions still. I should make erasing also work the same. So do all of that. And replace it with, replace this. I did not mean to caps lock. Drawing pose. Then I should be able to erase. And I should also be able to do some good old-fashioned erasing, but in large amounts. Which does not update any of the particles around, so they don't go, oh hey, I need to actually start falling. still better than before, but let's go ahead and erase a lot of this. Drawing is a miserable task. You're back, so what are you making? I am trying to make a 3D falling sand game. If you know what a 2D falling sand game is, then you know that I'm trying to make that but in 3D instead. Which has been a challenge for sure. 'Cause 3D is not easy. Adding an extra dimension to something that's already not super easy in its usual dimension. None of that should exist. We can pretend that that doesn't happen. So basically it's just like you have these particles, they fall, they interact with each other, they do stuff. Could be better, but overall that's pretty decent. Trying to make this a little bit more realistic, kind of physics based, but not working too well. It is not going as needed, as planned, I should say. What happens if I draw something like lava? How are you going to... Never heard of a falling sand game? But it's hard, you would imagine it's hard to get animating and then get there to not be lag. Yeah. I can show you something like sand spiel. Something like just this. Usually these are in 2D. It's actually not really that hard to like get these to run performantly. But you just have things like the fun stuff is that you can like, you know, make explosions or like acid that like eats stuff. My favorite thing in this one is dust, which is highly explosive for some reason. But then you also have like plants, which, you know, they touch water, it'll start growing, taking over all your water. You have mites, which will eat all your plants. This is basically, I'm just trying to make something like this, but in 3D, and it's not an easy task. A sandbox of destruction. It's cool, yeah. So my idea then is that stone feels a little bit too dark. The lighting's also not that great right now, so... but the idea is that, like, this is an infinite world that you can do whatever. I think the player, currently not really, like, you know, there's no, like, collision of player or anything. Movement is, like, you're going, you're not. Like, the things aren't that great, but I think the player is probably me this tall. So about a chunk tall. So particle size will be about this much. Let me go back to 0, 0. Just so there's not laggy. But yeah, like, things run pretty smoothly. As long as there's not a lot of things updating right now. Think of Steam. I think Steam also is gonna fall. Yeah, that's not how Steam works. Unfortunately, it's supposed to go up. Things don't move between chunks yet either, or they used to, but I'm trying to redo all the movement logic for stuff, so technically that's not a draw type that should happen. I do not understand what I'm looking at. What is this mess? What have I done? Okay, but that's not supposed to happen. Ignore that. It's a glitch in the matrix. But yeah, like, things run pretty decently. Drawing is not very good. I also do if you do programming or anything, if you know what multi-threading is, then like I have all the simulation done on its own thread, so it doesn't affect like my movement, even if it simulation's lagging like crazy, which it is. It's like very bad. Saw what? Exactly. Just a glitch in the matrix. Don't worry about it. Also, this is not supposed to happen. I we can just ignore that happened. Basically, particles went below 0, 0 or y level 0, which in the future will be allowed because, you know, the world is supposed to be infinite. But the ground level will probably still be 0, but it'll be like a immovable ground level. You can still destroy it, but like it's not gonna be affected by simulation. But yeah, this then the future, I don't know completely yet, but I do want to maybe add gameplay. You're very new to programming, so you have no idea what you would be talking. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. It looks wild and would be a headache. Some of this stuff is a bit of a headache. But yeah. But I pretty much completed my original oh, it crashed. Okay. That was unexpected. Probably a memory leak somewhere. But anyways, I've pretty much reached my original intended goal with this, but that doesn't mean I'm not gonna keep going with it. Basically, it does what I wanted it to do originally when I started the project, and I didn't actually think I would even get this far with it, so I do think that eventually, once things are a little bit more the way I want them to be, I'll probably add some gameplay in the future. I'm thinking probably a Minecraft stone block like experience, probably something, or some sort of like factory game, but with quite a bit of story. Accomplishments, yes. If you know what stone block is, it's a Minecraft mod pack. I really like the you start underground and you're just trapped underground basically. Although I probably have more like there's actually caves. You're basically just stuck in the caves or something, and like you gotta build like factories and stuff to get out or something, or make machines be able to get yourself to the ground level or whatever, something like that. But then you still have like this, I don't know why drawing does that lag. But then you have still this like simulation of it. So like you can have gravel that, you know, falls on your head, or just like you mine some stone wrong and it just all comes crumbling down on you. You haven't heard of that mod, but it sounds sick. Stone block is, I think they've done 3 versions of the mod pack now, so. But yeah, I don't know why these particles are floating. There's some issues with simulation, but I do want to keep the sandbox simulation mode if I do add gameplay, so you'll still be able to just have this like open, infinite, non-terrain generated world that you can just mess around with. But then like some sort of gameplay mode as well would be kind of cool. I feel like though, like, you know, player needs to actually be able to collide with stuff. That's gonna be fun. Because there's no such thing as player collisions right now. But yeah, player needs to be able to collide with stuff, interact with things, you know, break parts of the world, place things, build stuff, you know. I do want to add multiplayer, especially if I can get multiplayer and even just the simulation mode. That would be so cool. And laggy, I'm sure. Should check and make sure I don't have a memory leak. Looks like I'm fine. So many people, computer might explode. Yeah, my simulation's not very efficient. It's running at a lot of FPS though, but yeah, it's using quite a bit of GPU. I am using my GPU for the stream, so. But like I get, how many FPS do I get actually? I mean, like my FPS is pretty much just limited by render at this point. About 400, 500 FPS. I guess if I move this on, then almost 600, 400, 900 about. It is very fluctuations, very many fluctuations of the FPS, but like, we'll just say like, stop drawing. Thank you. We'll say it's like 400, 900 FPS. It's not too bad, but I mean, like, the simulation's running at like probably not very many FPS, probably like 20 FPS. Drawing, as you can see, like, it takes a bit for the draw to catch up. But things do actually like kind of pile up on each other now, even though my simulation deciding where things should move logic is not very good. This is a lot better than it was before I started. This simulation logic that I'm working on right now, like upgrading it, has been something I've been avoiding for so long that I've been doing like other tasks, like cleaning up code and fixing bugs and making things like render actually be performant. Rendering is actually really performant. Like it can handle anything. It's just like everything else isn't performant, and there's no way to really fix it other than just well, I mean, there's some ways to fix it, but like it's just a lot of work. When you do finally gotta fix it, that probably means everything else will break and need fixing, from your understanding. Yeah, it depends. I think things are very well separate in ways where, like, if the simulation's just too slow and not performing, it doesn't really mean that I need to go and rewrite everything from the ground up. because simulation's just its own piece of the puzzle. And same with like rendering. It's like, oh, rendering right now is really performant. Simulation is not. But like you don't even notice that it's not really performant apart from like drawing. And then I guess you'll also notice like this is between two chunks. You can probably see the different chunk updates. So just but the thing is this is all running on 2 threads. So which means I'm only using very little of the available compute power of my computer, at least. Is like I've got a lot of cores, so I'm at least using 2 out of the, how many cores do I have? 16. So like this is only using 2 of the cores, so like I've got a lot of cores to work with. So if I figure out to like run more parts of like the simulation in parallel, although at that point I think I'd probably use the graphics card for that, so I can run like I could probably run each chunk simulation and all at once, but things get kind of weird and nasty with parallel stuff, especially when things can modify each other's data. So are you trying to optimize it for people who don't have super great computers, or is it more of an optimizing thing for while you're developing? Um, Mostly I've been just optimizing for myself for developing, but a lot of those optimizations also in turn optimize just for everyone else. So if you had a lower end computer, it would probably run. Because like before, I was only getting like 100 FPS and had like 100% GPU usage, and I have a pretty beefy GPU, so that's not great. It's probably not gonna run on your laptop or whatever. But now I've got it down so it's not actually using a whole lot of GPU, and it runs at almost 900 FPS on my computer. So on lower end systems, it probably runs quite a bit more decently. At least the rendering. Simulation's still pretty bad though. But because the simulation is done on a separate thread, it means that you're not going to experience lag, but the things moving around will be lagging, but your movement won't be. And that's what matters mostly. So most of my optimizations are purely just for me, but a lot of them do end up kind of making it so it optimizes just for everyone in general. I don't have anywhere that I publish the executable of the code, but I do actually have the code on GitHub publicly, so if you want to look at the code, if I can find it, post that in the chat for you. If you're interested in taking a look at the code. If you're interested in running it as well, good luck. Instructions are not very clear, but if you do want to run it yourself and are having trouble, then I could probably help you out. Things are probably a lot easier on Linux. I think all you have to do is just run this command, and then also make sure you have like C++ or C++ development stuff set up on Linux. Usually it comes with that stuff though, so. But yeah. Man, I'm gonna be flabbergasted, but I got your GitHub. Cool. Yeah. Let's see. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff that I still need to do, just overall, like probably trying to do like ambient occlusion lighting. Currently the lighting is just some light source here that is weird. I don't understand why it does what it does, but it does what it does, so we'll just pretend that it's good. But ambient occlusion is more of an ambient light, kind of, where it kind of shades where like edges meet. So like it'll shade the edges. Everything is fine. Yes, everything is fine. I guess I can just show it. Not Amazon. Ambient occlusion. Just get all kinds of images. Stuff like this. It's probably easier if I just have something simpler like voxels. Voxels, there we go. It's a little easier to show. Okay, I don't want to open up your page. How do I open image in new window? There we go. Basically, it's like this, where like edges meet, it kind of shades them more, and then also like, since these faces are, since there's other faces near this one, it'll be shaded a little more darker than where there's no faces near this. So just kind of, not good lighting, not realistic lighting either. You also get the sides are also just normally just shaded differently, but Minecraft does like ambient occlusion, so Minecraft looks not flat. The lighting isn't flat, but Minecraft also has like a separate lighting system on top of that. What engine are you using? I know Unreal is like good light and shading tools. I'm not. I'm just using my own customly written engine. It's basically the bare minimum for an OpenGL application in C++. Just very simple. I actually tried. How the fuck do you make your own engine? Code. I can explain that a little better in a second, but I did try to use like Unity and Godot, but the problem is game engines just have so much stuff, and they're supposed to just work for like, it's just a one size fits all kind of solution. So like when I need to have like things need to be optimized down to every tiny thing, the game engine is like using Windows. It's just bloat. There's more stuff in it than I need. I can't optimize a lot of things. When it comes to like physics and stuff, or I'm not really using physics right now, but like I can't just dumb down physics or anything, or like trying to do all these things that I need for this. It's just I need to make my own custom thing. But making my own custom engine, it's like, so I wouldn't really call it like it's not like a full blown game engine like Unreal or anything, where you have like the the UI and you can like create nodes or whatever you do, and like code things together. Like I don't have any of that. I gotta code all the stuff myself. But you can use things like I'm using OpenGL, which is the graphics rendering backend. So then you can use things like GLFW and glue, which help handle windowing, so creating the actual like window that for the operating system, and then kind of linking that with the rendering backend. So in my case, OpenGL, and then making it so it displays the actual game in the window, and then I have my own. It's just my own like game loop. So like all of this runs every frame, and it's just like it's not that big. There's not that much. Although like there's some of these for loops. It calls update on everything else. And then I'm using mGUI, so that just gives me easy like UI stuff for debugging. Later I'll make my own UI things, but I'll probably still use mGUI for like the debugging things. And then GLM is also a very helpful library for like graphics related math, but like yeah, just now I gotta write the shaders for everything. I've gotta write the camera code. I gotta do all the math for that. I've gotta do the player code. I gotta do all the math for that. I've got to set up all the graphics stuff, creating a window, titling the window, all this nonsense. So the game engine does a lot of this stuff for you, but like it also just has all these other things built in that it's still wild, but maybe it's just because I'm a noob to this stuff. Yeah, that's fair. I still think it's a little bit wild, but I've also been doing this stuff a little bit more, so what happens if I clear this with transparency? Just for laughs. Does that make my window transparent? No. I think I have to remove decoration. Anyway, I'm just trying to be annoying to one of my friends who's trying to make a like clock thing or something, and they're having problems getting a window to be transparent. So just trying to see if I could do something. But I also got to do like handling whether a key was like pressed, or if it's being held, if it was triggered, or if it was just released. Like I got to do all that logic myself and whatnot. Whereas a game engine, they just give you these functions straight up already, and it's just like, has this key been released? Is the key held? Was it triggered or whatever? It's just couldn't your friend set transparency to true or false? Well, it seems to be that it's just not supported, so for whatever they're doing. I don't know. They're trying to make a window that's transparent. I guess you can't do that for some reason with whatever stuff they're using. But completely unrelated to my project. It was just but like I also have the player code, so I gotta for the drawing I gotta handle doing all this calculation. Like all of this is just to figure out what particle grid space I'm looking at and where to draw a particle when I do the drawing. So, and then this is just a disaster of code. Honestly, I could just not have all this anyway. But then also like rendering is, this is just to render that cube where your draw position is. Like it's kind of a lot. Like I gotta do this to render that cube, and then like the cube data that goes to the GPU. I gotta write all that myself. And then, I gotta handle all that in the shader. And yeah, it's just a lot. Player related code looks complicated. It is kind of complicated. And like this, there's just a lot of stuff going on in here. You got Discord? I do. I should send my website. And then you can find most of my links on there. Well, actually, I could just send my links page as well. I've also been working on my website. Very poorly designed. But yeah, my links page could probably use some work. But I got some stuff about my projects. I need to do more projects. I also have a blog I was trying to set up, so I gotta actually make some. I guess I get to make a blog post about the cool things I've done this stream. But yeah, I need to. My Discord's a link right here. I can just copy link. But yeah, you're welcome to join my Discord, and then you can friend me if you want. I need to close some tabs. But yeah, ambient occlusion. It's what Minecraft uses for most of its lighting, actually. Yeah, something like that. It's it's a lot easier to tell kind of what face is what. Compared to what I have where it's impossible. Oh yeah, I do a blog for my stuff. Need to post on it again. Yeah, I need to make some posts. I just made the blog section of my website, so I actually was doing streams on that. The last few streams I did. I can close that. I had some issues with files. So the particle data is actually saved to files, but I write it in binary. So I just write the raw data. That can't be right. Yeah, there's some weird stuff going on now. Oh, never mind. This is particles that are updating. That's right. Go down a little more. There we go. Never mind. Things are fine. I thought the world was gonna end. I spent the first 2.5 hours of the stream just trying to figure out why this wasn't reading the last values. The last value here, which is the particle type of whatever's at this position. I wasn't reading it right, and it's making me go crazy. Low level programming is not easy sometimes. I can close that. I will leave that open for later. I can close that. I don't need that. Value view, you can close that. Color picker, some OpenGL stuff. Okay. I have a lot of tabs open. Also, if you do end up doing any graphics programming like this in C++, MGUI is a very nice UI for like debug stuff. Like I could make my own engine kind of thing too. They do like people do that. It's just like I don't need to go that crazy. I just need a few like menus to control things. People do some crazy things though, it looks like. But yeah, eventually I'll make my own like UI elements when it comes to like the actual usability using of my sand simulation, but like the debug stuff will probably still be the MGUI because it's just a lot faster to iterate on the things people make is wild. Yeah, I think as you start to make more things, especially if you like complete those things, at least for me, I found that it becomes easier, or if it's a lot of the other stuff people make starts to feel a little less wild just because you like understand things more. But there's still a lot of things to me that are just absolutely crazy. I can't even begin to understand how they work still. A lot of like the machine learning stuff or like operating system stuff, a lot of that still just like I don't even understand how that works still. I'm over here like doing low level programming, dealing with memory and stuff, and I'm still trying to understand what I'm doing there. I don't know how people make an operating system which deals with every program's want to use memory. So like even just like that in itself is like I don't even I don't even know where to start when thinking about that, like how it works and whatnot. And like I have some understanding of that stuff just over time, but like, it's just I do want to make it. I do want to make an operating system at some point. Just not like a Linux replica or something. I just want to make something for fun, learning experience. All I need to be able to do is have a desktop, whether it's a crappy ass desktop that I make. All I need to be able to do in that desktop is write and run my own programs on it. Whether anything standard looks good or not, it just needs to. There's much you gotta learn in coding and is overwhelming. Yeah. Making your own Roblox game. Does Roblox use C++? Fuck looking good as long as it works? Yeah. Like if I was trying to actually make an operating system that was like replacement or like, did like was actually something that was to be used by people for some reason or another, I would just start from the Linux kernel. Like the Linux kernel is completely fine. You can slap a UI library or a UI desktop system like Wayland or I don't know what all the UIing things for Linux are. Regardless, I can just slap one of those on and then fix all the other crap that I don't like, or I could modify a Linux kernel and whatnot. But like in the end, like I'm not going to write an operating system from complete scratch just because I don't like some tiny thing. It's like if I don't like some tiny thing, I'll just take an existing Linux and change that thing. No uses Lua, but Roblox is so easy that someone as clueless as me can find their way. You're learning C++ on W3 Schools has free courses. Yeah, I learned a lot of my web stuff from W3 Schools. It feels like it's lacking though. A lot of I'm very much self-taught in a lot of my programming stuff, but like C++ stuff, I actually learned C++ in C and C++ in college, so technically I didn't do a whole lot of self-learning with that other than just like how do you do this? But like I already knew programming, so like once you know the syntax sugar of the language, you kind of know how to use it, so yeah, I dropped out of college. It was expensive. I also got a job, so I dropped out of college for a job. So we're seeing how that's working. So far, it's been all right. I need more water soon. But I also learned a lot of the math that I use in this stuff. I learned a lot of that while I was in college. In my first year, a lot of this, like the vector math and stuff. What's the work? I'm just a software engineer, so just pretty much general stuff. I do kind of a little bit of everything. But I'm working for a startup, so there's a chance that, the startup runs out of money and then I have to go find a job somewhere else. Probably just work for like Amazon or some crap like that. Ugh, I don't want to work for Amazon or any of the big tech companies. I mean, like, I do because I'm sure it pays very nicely, but like, I don't because I'm sure it's incredibly stressful. Oh, you joined the Discord. Welcome. Let me close this. Just a software engineer while describing one of the most complicated jobs. But yeah, you pay for the stress mostly. I mean, like, a lot of the stuff I hear is just like you don't really do a whole lot of anything except meetings and nothing, and then you're always like under some stress for whatever various reasons. But like for me, I don't have any of that, so at my current job, so but yeah, right now I'm trying to do some machine learning stuff, and it's been interesting. I have a lot to learn with that still, so all right, let's see. So simulation I could probably say is pretty good for now. I really don't want to do more of this simulation stuff. I should actually, okay, what I should actually do is look up like how particle simulation's done. Cause I bet I could probably just do that. Yeah, if I can, I'm gonna have to do a lot of probably off stream research, like particle simulation, but that's probably maybe it's probably just time to look into doing a particle simulation, like just because I'd get actual realistic physics and stuff from it too. Okay, well, I'm going to lurk mode for a while I go get coffee and play my game. Alright, you'll be listening. This stuff's super cool and interesting. Well, thank you. Don't forget to follow, like, and subscribe. I wish it was. I'm not on YouTube. I mean, the VOD goes on YouTube, but no one watches this far, I'm sure. Super realistic physics is hard. It's actually, when it comes to particle simulation, there's a lot of stuff that does very nice and decent realistic particle simulation. And I could probably just use some method like that. Although I need to look into specifically real-time simulation, because those things do actually use more realistic physics and stuff. And they also use like the GPU to. But yeah, have fun while you get your coffee and play your game. What game are you playing? Is that Baldur's Gate 3? If I have to make a guess. I haven't played the game. I don't think Baldur's Gate is really my style of game. Baldur's Gate 3 and Minecraft. Minecraft is mostly my game. My game of choice. But I also like factory games, or there's a little bit of variety of, but I like Subnautica. I didn't finish Subnautica, but I did like it. Satisfactory. I still need to play it through. When I haven't actually replayed it since 1.0 came out. Things like Factorio. I haven't actually played Factorio. I've played the demo, but I haven't finished the demo. But I do want to play Factorio at some point. I'd actually probably play Factorio on stream, because Factorio is one of those games that like I'm probably going to need a lot of help with, just because it's just one of those games like either I'm gonna look up stuff online or I get some help from people live in chat, and which is a lot more fun. You play BG in the morning, Minecraft in the evening. I haven't played a whole lot of video games. Not recently, I should say. Because like most of the video game I play these days is just on the weekend. Like I play Minecraft with my girlfriend or whatever on the weekend. Although I do have this week off from work, so I guess maybe I should do some gaming streams or something. Maybe I buy Factorio and start playing it or something. Or I should just finish a game that I have. I also liked Little Nightmares. That was a good one. I've played a decent amount of Hollow Knight. You can tell by my achievements I definitely didn't finish the game, but need to have fun and relax while making stuff. Fair. I used to have a lot more time until like COVID. Well, I guess I had a lot of time because of COVID, but it's also when I got into programming and stuff. And then kind of when I was in high school, and when classes went back to in person, I just didn't have as much time anymore, just because it was me graduating soon, and school was being stupid and tough as whatever. But yeah, I played a bit of Hollow Knight. I played this game for a few hours, I think 5 hours. I want to finish it, although I've already like seen bits and pieces of it played from my girlfriend because she played it. So like, kind of, I don't really remember what happens or any of the story at this point. But like at the time, it's like, well, I kind of already know what the game's like, so like I don't really want to play it. But yeah, school also ruins scheduling and stuff. But like because I spend most of my life at school, is like I come back from school, I have chores, gotta do dinner, I have more chores, and then I gotta go to bed basically. Made yourself a schedule so you can game and work through the day. Yeah, I don't work from home, so like I pretty much only have like the mornings and the weekends, and like I guess the afternoon on Friday because I have a short day on Friday. But like I work from 9 in the morning to 9 p.m. on Tuesday and Wednesdays, so like there's not really a lot of time to do anything else. But I've also had a really bad sleep schedule, so I've been like going to bed at like 3 in the morning. But like if I actually start going to bed at like 10 or 11, I'll actually just naturally wake up at like 6:30. So I can just, if I just do that, then in the morning I can just do the stuff that I would have been doing till 3 in the morning. But I'd also be less tired. I'd feel less exhausted, especially just throughout the day. And I would also get those things done faster because I'm not tired and exhausted. Ugh. But yeah, so I'm trying to get my sleep schedule back in order, and my motivation for doing that is streaming again because I want to do these programming streams. I haven't actually done programming streams before until somewhat recently, but I want to get back into doing the content creation and stuff, and I want to start doing the programming streams, which I've started. But like, if I just get good sleep, and then I can just do it in the morning before I have to go to work on whatever days. So I have Monday, Thursday, and Friday morning, and then Friday afternoon as well. But it's just like then I can kind of sleep in on the mornings for my long work days, so we can have a little bit more rest. Or if I still just get up at whatever time in the morning, I can just do what I need to do. I gotta read emails or pay the bills, whatever I do, whatever life things I gotta do. But yeah, I'm trying to get myself back in order. And the other thing is, like, I get home on my shorter work days, I gotta make dinner and pretty much go to bed, so. And dinner takes a while to make, and I gotta clean up from it. Cleanup takes forever, and usually there's already a mess before I start making dinner. So I gotta clean up, which takes a while. Then I gotta make dinner, and then I gotta clean up again. You hate cooking, to be honest? I don't mind cooking. It's just like now I have a mess I have to clean up afterwards, which I usually don't want to clean up, and then I have to clean it up the next day or whatever. And I also don't have anyone to help me make dinner, so it's just like I don't really want to do it because I'm making it myself. I like to do the meal delivery things, the like Marley Spoon or Hello Fresh. Those are very helpful. It's like I don't have to go to the store. I only make dinner for 2 days of the week anyway. And like getting 2 meals that are 2 servings is like if I make the dinner on Monday, then on Tuesday I can have the other serving for lunch at work, and then I have dinner at work, and then it's just like it just works a lot better. But like I actually gotta get myself to do it. It's just so much work. Also, My Summer Car is a game I was playing. This game is not fun, which is what makes it fun. Like, I don't even know how to explain it. It's one of those games that, like, is made to actually make you angry. Like, it is made to just be annoying as hell, and it is very good at that. It's basically a walking simulator that's trying to also be very realistic. Like, things down to you gotta pee. You have to go pee. You have to keep yourself hydrated. You have to, you have to eat. You have to sleep. You gotta manage your stress. You also have to build this car. You have to build the engine for this car. Then driving this car is a pain. And then when people run into you and this car falls apart when it just moves. Like, this thing wants to make you angry. But then the thing that's really fun though is I got a racing sim wheel and stuff. I play games to de-stress, not no thanks. Yeah. I mean, this when things are working, it's kind of chill, but like it is kind of an annoying game, but it's pretty fun. But like I got the racing sim wheel and the pedals, so like you can actually use the steering wheel to drive the car, which is pretty fun. There's Noida, which is basically a falling sand game, but like with floor and stuff. I want to play PC Building Simulator, but like at the same time, I'd rather just actually build real computers. I need to finish this game. I think I was pretty close. About halfway through it, I guess. I also need to finish Portal. Then I need to play Portal 2. Power Wash Simulator is just kind of like a chill game. You know, I got nothing to do. I'm bored. I'll just fire up Power Wash Simulator and clean some stuff. I always wonder, like, how does your house end up looking like this? Come on. This is kind of a cool game. I haven't played it in a while, though. But it was, when I did play, it was still, like, in very heavy development. I think it still is, but it's a lot more stable and stuff. As you can see, the demo. It's kind of a cool game, though. It's also another one of those, like, kind of chill, relaxing games a little bit. I really want to finish Satisfactory. I really love this game. Is so perfect. Oh my goodness. Like the 3D open world factory building. Perfect. I love it. It's basically 3D Factorio. Shapes. I think I actually pretty much finished Shapes. I just didn't finish it on Satisfactory 24-hour stream. Oh my goodness. No. I should do a 24-hour stream someday, but maybe I need to actually have good rest for that first. But I guess I did technically finish Shapes. I just played it like online a long time ago when you could still like play it online for free or play most of it online. Then later on I bought the game and I kind of played it, but I'm like, well, I already played this before. And there's Shapes 2, which is the 3D version of Shapes, which I have yet to really play much. I didn't get too far in it, but oh yeah, you need to sleep. Start streaming as soon as you wake up, pretty much. You did one, it was fun but rough, yeah. I think I could probably do it. It's just that I need to have had a good sleep schedule prior. Because, like, right now I'm already, like, kind of dying because I was up a little late last night and like I'm still recovering, trying to, get my sleep schedule good. So it's like if I was actually going to bed at like 10 p.m. consistently, and then if I decide I need a little boost in sleep before a 24-hour stream, I can sleep an extra few hours in the morning, and then I'd also probably need some days off from work. I've done Subnautica a fair amount. I guess I don't have a whole lot of achievements, but I don't remember how far I got with Subnautica. Teardown is pretty fun. I wouldn't consider it relaxing unless you play in the free play mode, then it's relaxing. You can destroy stuff. It's almost like my Falling Sand simulation, but not quite. It's, small voxels, but things are simulated and stuff a lot differently. It's not really, they're not the same, but I've kind of played Terraria, but I couldn't figure out what the hell I was supposed to be doing. So that's probably another game to stream, get some help from chat. I have yet to even install Lethal Company. I guess I just never had anyone to really play it with, or never really asked anyone. I still need to play Little Nightmares 2. Portal 2 I haven't even installed yet. I need to finish this. It's like a short game, so could probably finish it. I did start Subnautica Below Zero, but, as you can tell, I haven't really played it. I don't know what this game is. I just got it for free with my graphics card, I think. And then I just have like a bunch of other games. Pal World is kind of dumb. Not really my kind of game. I have like all the Half-Life games. I haven't played any of them. I don't even think I installed any of them. I just like they were like the whole pack for like all the Half-Life games was like on sale for $1. And it's like, all right, fine. A whole bunch of games that value up to like $100 for $1. Why not? I might fire them up at some point. Why not? But like, Bitburner seems like something fun. I haven't really played it. Every time I open it, it's like, I've got bajillions of everything because, I only played it for like 10 minutes and then never played it. And it's one of those things that like, runs in the background. It doesn't actually run in the background, but like you come back to it a day later and like it'll run, it'll calculate your earnings that you would have received if you left it running or whatever. City Skylines kind of played, not much. Yeah, I like idle games a lot. idle games, factory games, kind of these. I like exploration as well. I also really like survival kind of games as well. Satisfactory doesn't have a whole lot of survival that much. I mean, there's like, enemies kind of, but not really. I do really want to play I want to play Vintage Story. It's basically very realistic Minecraft. Like super survival voxel world. It seems like a lot of fun. I really want to play it. It's just one of those things like I feel like I just have too many other things I want to do and too many things that I am doing. Or like I don't want to just jump into another game. But like at the same time, it's not like I'm really playing any other games either. So, like before on my gaming YouTube channel, I was playing Satisfactory for a bit, but like then I just haven't played it in a while. So it's like, well, do I finish playing through Satisfactory, which will take quite a while, or do I just start a new game? Or do I like do a combination of both? But like now I gotta figure out which one I want to do more than the other at times, or like make a schedule. Like I already have enough trouble sticking to the stream schedule for my programming streams. Like I was supposed to stream at like 7:30 this morning. Also, I have this week off from work, so I'll probably stream every day. You have to pick and choose, yeah. Which I just it's a lot. 7-day stream. Oh my goodness. I need no. The thing is, I'm trying to also use this week to get my sleep schedule on track. And kind of think of it, it is 11 p.m. So kind of already. Sleep is an illusion. Oh my goodness. I'll probably end the stream at midnight, so in an hour from now. But yeah, I guess I should really look into real-time particle simulation because that's pretty much what I'm doing. So I might as well just do that. Because there's plenty of optimizations for that. And like the way I render it is one thing, but like, well, but get good healthy sleep is important. Yeah. Okay, here's the thing. I'd probably do a 7-day stream if I actually had like I'd probably do like a subathon kind of thing probably where like if I actually had Twitch affiliate, people could actually subscribe to me and I can get some ad monies and whatnot. And like then I could probably, do something like that. Whereas like every sub gives me adds an hour or something to the clock. It starts at like 12 hours. Something like that. Like that would probably be pretty good for me. Get some side income. Totally fair, yeah. Thinking of side income, I do want to try doing like Uber Eats on the side, but I got to figure out how the hell that works. I guess things with like taxes are weird. I gotta figure that out. Ugh, why are taxes so annoying? I don't even want to think about that. But anyways, I guess taxes are weird for everything when it comes to self-employment, basically. But yeah, there's a lot of I think the only thing that is kind of weird though with particle sim is that well, maybe if I did like point particle sim, because then basically it's grid locked. Well, so a lot of my problem is that like everything's on a grid or like visually rendered to a grid. Technically, it should all just be on a grid in the first place, but doing real physics on that is hard because then I have to like visually lock things to that grid, and that gets kind of weird. My goodness. My goodness. That's pretty insane. But like, yeah, if I just had something like this, it's just like it's all like it's all the same thing. It's just like I'm rendering things differently. It's like it's not that hard to. Actually, is this easily runnable? You can try the WebGL build online by clicking here. Oh my. Oh wow, they just got this working in the web. Like, imagine each one of these is one of my particles. It's like just scale these up quite a bit and that's quite a bit of particles you got going on. Although I don't know if these interact with each other. This is so satisfying. Something like this, though. Wish I could, like, scale them up so I can see them better. So we're using OpenGL with this. You just download the app and run it. So they used to have releases, but they don't anymore. Oh, here we go. Windows. Okay, so I can just... They just got an exe that I can... Yes, run anyway. I know it's probably, you know, it's not really... Oh my goodness, you got so many values here to mess with. Here we go. Now we got bigger particles. And we can see them a little better. Where did my cursor go? Change the amount of particles. Oh, you can move around with the arrow keys. Oh, WSD too. Whoa. This is crazy. So this is in 3D. Let's reduce the amount of particles. Oh, that quits. Darn it. Didn't want to actually quit the program. Okay, I see. I guess the thing is these probably don't have collision with each other. Guess I should starve this. That's pretty nice. Particle simulation. Obviously, we want to account for like collision as well. Like usually a lot of particle simulations don't actually do like particles don't actually deal with colliding with each other, because usually they're particles are usually used really small and they don't really actually do anything practical other than just like a visual effect. The most they might collide with is with like actual objects that are larger than them, but like not between themselves. Should do like real-time sand simulation in, if I can spell, real time sand simulation C++. The problem is we're gonna get a lot of these like actual sand sim, but I'm looking for like probably look at something like this. Although looking probably more like actual flying sand sim game. I guess the thing is like a water simulation. Like real-time fluid simulation is a little more like what I'm trying to look for, although like not on like large scale. And like I'm not trying to actually do fluid, which is very much different. And got all this stuff if you want like realistic fluids. It's more like realistic. Yeah, I probably want to start looking into this kind of stuff. Oh, yes. Yeah, it's a lot of, I've done a lot of, I guess, like, a lot of little bits of research on, like, this kind of related stuff, but I just don't find enough stuff that's super useful to, like, what I'm trying to do. And like the other thing that gets complicated is the quote quote collision detection. That's really the part in like physics simulation that's actually not performant whatsoever. Having like a deep think. None of the ideas that I'm thinking about are like sensible. All right, let's see. Where have I actually? What have I achieved now that I've had like a decent break from saves? Okay, let me reset the chunks because things are kind of a little bit yucky. All right. Oh right. Hold on. I really need to make chunk loading not freaking give me a lag spike each time. Really chunk stuff loading and unloading around the player needs to be probably its own thread as well. Or I could just make it really performant. But like the thing is like if the chunks can load in at their own pace or save at their own pace, then like so particle chunk. Let's get rid of this. Still takes a while to start up. I got rid of that. Oh, I need to actually clear the chunks. That's right. And the amount of data that I have just from these chunks file, I'm sure is getting quite large. Okay, that's a lot better. So if I just draw with a bunch of sand, it falls pretty quickly. Piles up. Oh my. Did I run out of memory? I guess I should have this open. It seems like I might be running out of memory while I draw if I keep drawing. This process is Sand Sims using 309 megabytes. I didn't even save. No, it just kind of dies. Hmm. I don't understand why that crash happens. It's seemingly random. Yeah, I don't know if particle simulation is exactly the right thing. Really, I just need to figure out my own simulation. That's just weird. And technically this isn't actually in this chunk. They're just separate water clusters. So if I draw like sand, you probably see that it'll go inside of the water. Also, sand, very conveniently, just floats on top of water. Not very convenient, but that's just how it works. So you can't see when there's sand in the water because the meshing. Ah yes, a wall of water. Very good. So the problem with what I'm doing is that well, first off, I need to probably add bounds checking back in. This is just cringily bad. If I move this, say void put that in there. So then we do particle type information, particle information, reference, particle information. Then we can do const particle type info. So we can do bool turn true. Otherwise we get the area in, so we return false. Then we go back into here where I just removed all that. We do particle information and particle type info. So that's true. We want to continue. And there it crashes again. Should probably run in debug mode. Curve's going to the left and right, which is weird. So if we just always try that, always try to see if we move down. Into our direction. Might be a little bit better. That already seems quite a bit better. Although I still very much prefer that direction. Stop drawing. Things definitely, the water will definitely flow down the sand, but only in this direction. See, that's the effect I want, but also not that. Stop drawing. It's not really ideal. Why is it keep doing that? So why is this not fucking updating the value? This is such a dumb way to do this too. There's the thing is there's so many different methods that I could do. I just don't know which one I want to do. And how to do it in a way that's efficient or works well. Thanks, AMD update. I'm trying to think. What could I do? Because the main problem is things don't really... Everything can pretty much just go in a direction that's told, which by default is gravity, but there's nothing else that, like, tells it to go some other direction. So then you just get these towers of particles. So, like, something that could be done is adding, like... There's gotta be some way to kind of figure out that things can... Figure out how to make things move in other directions. So then basically it's back to rule based. Unless there's some way... Unless there's some way to... There's gotta be some way to deal with this. Because moving in a direction is one thing, but then also, like, when things are piling up, they need to flatten out, basically. So, like, if a particle can't move down, then it should put itself in a queue to then check if it can move in some rule-based way. So basically back to rule-based movement, but the problem with that then is when there are, say, some external forces or something. Like if I added explosions or something, then things would no longer be rule-based movement. They would go back to but there's no way to really figure out there's no real way to like just have things automatically move. I'm kind of having a stupid idea come to mind. Maybe it's not stupid, but basically simulate everything. Basically all the particles is just spheres in a 3D space with some sort of physics, like actual just physics simulation. I'm sure that brings about bajillions of weird things and problems. Locking things to a grid. That's not that hard to do. It's just not really ideal to have to do. But basically everything rolls, so. But then you just lock those positions to a grid and. Really, the problem is with locking things to a grid is like making sure that two things don't lock to the same grid position. I think that's where I had a lot of issues once when I tried more physics-based thing, like actual realistic physics, and then trying to then visually lock to a grid because some things would lock to a same position, so then they override each other in the render. Hmm. This is a tough one. I've been avoiding this for so long. I guess the thing is then maybe I need to rethink the rule-based movement. I think I just overcomplicated how the rule-based movement works. I guess there was one thing that I wanted to look at one point. If I go to GitHub, if I open stars in a new tab, here we go. So there is this sand sim video that some guy made. It's a 2D, of course. But one thing I did want to look at is how they actually did their movement, because they did something. It'd be very difficult to kind of understand what's going on in here, I'm sure. Velocity plus gravity times delta time. And they just clamp it. Interesting. Alright, well, I'm getting quite tired. I've made okay progress, maybe. I guess all the recent things I just did, I kind of broke things, so let's undo. Things were decently okay with what I had when I did this. Get rid of that, put that back in there. Things are better than before, but still pretty bad. I feel like this is one of those things that I need to maybe... I guess I've done enough... I wouldn't say enough, but I've done quite a bit of research. I just don't really find... I don't know if I'm really looking in the right place either, but I just don't really find things that are quite useful for what I need or what I want, or just even like something to do. So maybe I should... I guess I could try to ask around. I could ask some people that I know maybe. They might have some ideas on how I could do the simulation kind of stuff. Because I'm not sure I really want rule-based movement. Because that... I mean, like, it's not that bad, but, like, I don't want to have to write the rules for everything. I just want to give some kind of more, like, configuration to things. Like, a little bit more realistic-like. Like, maybe something like, you know, weight or something, which would maybe affect how much it does things, or like stackability, how much things like, or like how much things could like stick to each other or something. So like, I guess movement rules, but like not a little more like configured, I guess settings based rules rather than having the... I don't want to write the rules myself. Especially when it comes to like how particles interact with other particles, if they have interaction with other particles. I want that to just be something that can just happen on its own. And that's where like temperature, like having a temperature based kind of thing that happens where like rather than just having something on water, for example, water and lava, like rather than just having something on water that says when you're touching lava turn into steam, instead I could have when your temperature gets to this point you turn into steam. And then with lava, and when your temperature gets below this point, you turn into stone. And then same then backwards for stone, and same with steam, or steam when its temperature's reduced, it turns back into water. And you know, rock, stone, when its temperature increases, it turns to lava, or some intermediate whatever. So like things like that, and then like also whether things float, or like sand floating, or sand like sinking in water, instead of being like, okay, well, you're a sand particle and you are on top of water, you should swap places with it. Rather than that, something where weight, or I guess buoyancy, whatever, something like that, where I can just define those values on the type, the particle type, and then the simulation just takes care of how particles are supposed to interact with each other because of their properties. So, like, the properties of the particle are what determine how it moves. But then the thing is that it's a struggle, I guess, is I guess I could just call those like external forces, basically, where all particles are always just going down, not thinking about ones that are like steam, which would go up, but pretending that doesn't exist. But then, given the properties of the particle can, the simulation can decide whether the particle should move somewhere else. But then, if a particle's velocity direction isn't the gravity direction, then that means some other force has been applied to it. Example, an explosion. Nearby particles will probably be given velocities to make them go in whatever direction to, simulate an explosion. And then in that case, the particles should move in that direction, but then also have gravity and some sort of properties applied to them, if there are properties that should take effect in that case. I guess everything's assumed that air is actually just a pure vacuum, so there's no such thing as like wind resistance. Friction isn't real. But then I feel like, I guess then that makes more sense to do, instead of defining the movement rules and specific interactions for particles. It's more like I need to figure out how to define the properties of particles and how to simulate how the particles should interact with each other or themselves, how they should move based off of their properties. I feel like that's maybe the better way to go. But then they still have a velocity, or I guess velocity doesn't really sound very accurate. It's not a good description. It's more of just a direction that a particle should move. Honestly, actually, it's more just a property of a particle. The simulation decides what it wants to do with that property, whether it wants to ignore it or use it or modify it and use it in other ways, whatever it wants to do. I think that makes more sense. I think that would give me the realistic simulation I'm looking for. The thing is, though, that I'm gonna have to figure out how I want to make that simulation work, basically. And like, I still run into the issue where a particle doesn't really know how to move to the side, or if it should. But I feel like if I define enough properties that I feel like are necessary, at least for the start, and that I can simple properties, probably not doing temperature, but simple. I guess I could do temperature, but I wouldn't actually like simulate like thermodynamics and stuff like that, things like cooling passively or like transferring heat necessarily, just but if I could define a decent set of properties, I bet I could then figure out how to deal with the movement a little better. I feel like that also then gives me more control as well. And like the part to that as well is like, well, no, that is supposed to be properties. And like the thing is with the property is it very well could also be something that is a specific interaction with the specific between a specific particle type, but the simulation would know how to actually deal with that interaction or what to do with it given the property, rather than me having to define how that interaction also operates. So like a property could be on water that touching, if water is next to, you know, anything like lava or I don't know, the fire or something, like turn into steam, or if like water is next to ice, turn to ice or something like that. Like that could very well be a property until I do actual like temperature simulation. Although I guess in that case I would actually just do the temperature thing. It's just like if water is next to something that's hot, then it turns to steam, and like I don't actually have a specific interaction. But that does then bring me to an idea that someone gave me, is like mixing particle types. You basically doing kind of chemistry-ish. Then like maybe there are specific interactions between elements or something, like, you know, to this part, if some particle A is, you know, next to some particle B, then specifically then it turns into some particle C, or does some action Y or whatever, or like it combusts, I don't like, whatever, like, but like that's for the future. That's for like the gameplay ideas. I feel like that's maybe better. So like still a rule-based movement system, but the rules aren't defined the way I had them before. Cuz what I had before, which is pretty bad, if I take like the sand particle, I've had this thing where it's like get next move. I have to pass the last attempted state, and I had to do this whole switch case and this. Okay, we'll try random moving down left or down right. Select one of those at random. Okay, you couldn't do that. Try to move down. You couldn't do that? Well, you're done. It's like, now I have a huge while loop that has to keep track of this state and do this and do that. And like, the better thing, honestly, to do is just like, can it move down? No, it can't. Okay, well, given the properties, take all the positions in this 3x3 radius on the Y level below. Take all those positions, put all those in, all the ones that don't have something into an array. Take the length of the array, generate a random value for whatever the random value is. That's the index on the array. Move there. And if there is nowhere to move, then you can't move. Or, given the properties, maybe it is allowed to move to somewhere on the same Y level. Or maybe one of those positions that it could move to is a swap position, so it should, swap places instead, rather than moving. Because, like, a sand particle in water probably would be able to move, any of those directions. But basically, like, it doesn't really matter. I don't have to define how the particles should try to move each time with rules like this. Instead, I can just do the same thing for every particle, or do something conditional based on the particle's properties. I'm getting quite tired though, so I guess the thing to do then on tomorrow's stream, hopefully I might stream tomorrow morning if I actually get good sleep, which might not happen. It's already 12:30 at night, so. But I guess the thing next stream, I guess just define better default properties, more default properties for particles, even if I'm not going to use them. Hope you sleep well. Thank you. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to follow. Doesn't look like I have very many people watching right now, so I'm not going to raid out. So, thanks for watching. Don't forget to follow. If you're watching on YouTube for some reason, don't forget to like and subscribe. And good night. I'll see you next stream. Hopefully tomorrow morning in about 7 hours. Probably more like 9 hours. But yeah. Alright. Good night. Thanks for watching.